You know it's influence. Black people, live up, stay strong. You know it's influence 24/7. Yo, when I vote no more, you know, we go boy job. Hear me? I've been struggling for the longest while. Nobody never see the truth, much as to dry my eyes. All this time I've been searching for life. Nobody never really cares, just the hopes to die. When I try to be strong, they all wanna close my eyes. Oh no, I'm moving on and on, but it hurt when them see your eyes. I will never give up in our life. Them a criticize me every day, say I'm his hobby, but the knife me do a who stop par with. Influence do a who surprise. None of them now with me, them can't look in on me eyes. All them a criticize me, know they don't from the wise. The more side ya, got them hypnotized. So make them go and watch and chat and tell lies. It's many doors that many close. It's many they can take us through. It's many dreams that many own. They can't take my own. It's many doors that many close. Many they can take us through. It's many dreams that many own. They can't take us. Know me try hard, work so till me tired. Me no wanna just, me no wanna cut, me no wanna fit up in my yard. Up to the juices up, this system have been showing us. Can't take the pressure, bigger heads to overpower us. Me no wanna hate that, just mama love a glowing us. Party lighting us, many rise and many bust. But I got to be strong and never lost. Because if we make it in our life, it is a must. Tell me what the hell they wanna see we bite the dust. God know, in a God me I put the trust. Big up to all my friends and all my enemies. If you think positive, then you will succeed. But I me I feel good down all for me knees. Give God thanks for all my wants and needs. Me get a big chance and me have to make it. Me want shine, me see me goal so me can't take it. It's many doors that many close. It's many they can take us through. It's many dreams that many own. They can't take my own. It's many doors that many close. It's many they can take us through. It's many dreams that many own. But they can't take up. Where the politician a go do fear the poor them. Where them a go do fi open up all the door them. Gangsters a hustle inna the street. Them a fi hustle cause you know them a fi eat. Some fi get money fi put inna them pocket. Food pan table fi mama eat. And when you have money life so sweet. Your princess a touch inna the street really. Yeah. It's many doors that many close. It's many they can take us through. Many dreams that many own, but they can't take my own. Many doors that many close. Many they can take us through. Many dreams that many own. They can't take my. God know me try hard, work so till me tired. Me no wanna jokes, me no wanna cut, me no wanna fit up in my yard. Up to the juices up, this system have been showing us. Can't take the pressure, bigger heads to overpower us. Me no wanna hate that, just mama love a growing us. Party lighting us, many rise and many bust. But I got to be strong and never lost. Because if we make it in our life, it is a must. Tell me what the hell they wanna see we bite the dust. God know, in a God me I put the trust. Big up to all my friends and all my enemies. If you think positive, then you will succeed. But I me I feel good down all for me knees. Give God thanks for all my wants and needs. Me get a vision, say me have to make it. Me want shine, me see me goal, so me can't take it. It's many doors that many close. It's many they can take us through. It's many dreams that many own. They can't take my own.
My sister.
Your sister? She in Long Beach?
No, LA. She used to be a cop. I'm chasing fucking subject. Where did you?
Chopper lifestyle. Chopper lifestyle. What go on? Let me see if I hear myself. Up and running. Like how the sun up and burning. Let me put this over here so cause every time I touch my little mic card, it's so sensitive. Yeah. Mad thing. Wagwan. Big up on yourself, people there. Up and running, you know. Chopper lifestyle. Yeah. People. What happy things are going on in the media. But me not stress yourself about them thing there. Duh. Oh. Yeah, man. Just I go and look in, so I go and see when you said speed. When they upon me, people. Like and share. Like and share, people. Just a big up the ones and ones them. You see me? You know we there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. You have a couple more days left. What go on? Who there? Chopper lifestyle we in a building a deal with an idea. What go on with Sean Paul, people? What go on with Sean Paul? Yo, people, what go on with Sean Paul? Why? What go on? 119. What you gonna do? 119. What you gonna do? You gonna violate? You violate Sean Paul 119? Bucklat star. What you gonna do 119? People, let me beat your boy. The people, let me beat 1119 people. That a go on. That a go on, pan. What a go on, people. But yo, brother. Yo, me never, you know, say, you can't put up somebody's young kid like that, brother. That kind of terrible still, you know. You can't get why Sean Paul get mad still. You see me? Oh, go on, this man. You can't get why Sean Paul get crazy mad in people. When me check in and looking to the situation. Yeah. Brother get mad man pon him man and say, oh brother, here what go on now. You see what you do? Leave me kids out of it. Leave me kids out of it. No. You can't talk about any other else thing. But you can't leave me picnic out of it. Ah boy, I tell you people. Chop, 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 chop. Alright. Let me show you how to deal with you. Let me show you how to deal with you. What you deal with you? 119. 3 people there. 9 people have you over one part. What 119 I deal with people? Now let me know. What I deal with? 119 I deal with people. Drop a like on the live now. Drop a like on the live. You know what thing go. 119 I deal with. Now we're going to see what 119 I deal with. They're quick and fast, yeah, people. Because 119 go violate Sean Paul, eh? Why you gonna do that? Why you gonna put up the man kids? Hey, people. Yeah, why you gonna put up the man kids? Yo, people, drop a like on it. Stream them for me, people. Let me draw me chair a little closer. Oh, I see what 119 I deal with, man, cause 119 look like him step on a couple toes and a couple can and them thing there, you know? Be things are going.
All has threatened to beat me up. Sean Paul come up in my face. I juke out me eye with him finger them. Come on my shoulder, over my shoulder. You start tear down my shoulder. Say me lucky, same goons. Not did they. Because I would have...
Almighty God. What him say? Me lucky same goons them no did they? That him set you 119. And 119. That him set you 119. I can't believe it. Brother, you're lucky. If you go someplace, you have to go someplace with some security and them thing there too, brother. You see me? And your goons them same way too. No go certain place, you know, cause this vlogging thing, yeah. I want a terrible thing. Vlogging thing, yeah, I want a terrible thing. Vlogging thing, I want a terrible thing, people. People, you know. And people, you know, too care about nothing. And worst of all, you go speak about the man, kids and them thing, them in general. Terrible thing, you know. Terrible thing, man.
Box me down and beat me up. And if you go suck me mother, me a big pussy hole and I am going to show you the video. Me a go show you the video right now. And then me come back and tell you exactly what happened. See the part of what happened here? Me catch a little part of it.
Okay. Sean Paul deal with him wickedness of people. Sean Paul deal with him wickedness of though. Alright. Wicked man thing a go on. Wicked man thing a go on pan you there, brother. Okay, it look like you talk about the man kids, which is a terrible thing, you know. You put up all the picture them down. Be a things, master. What? The police them. I'm security them. Yeah, security them I get mad. Security them I get mad upon him people. Wicked man thing I go on. Wicked man thing I go on over one part the people upon him side. 119 you in a trouble. You're in a trouble. You're in a trouble. Look how the security. Hey, 119, be careful, you know. But you fuse the situation, man. You're lucky still in my brother. Cause you don't know. Things could have got different, though. But Sean Paul, you don't want no trouble upon your hands and your name. I call for no badness in them time, you do. But you see, Sean Paul, brother, is a man where, boy, I don't know if you say about the brother. You see, from the time them when me hear Mr. Vegas did a rant and I say, oh, Ray, you know, so the man they never give no glory and so forth and so forth. From them time, the brother, you know, too. You see me, and then him kind of feel him think kind of there one different part of the world. You see me, I say most people look at him as a white man. You see me? In our eyes and our book, Sean Paul is like a white man, me general. You see me, I say whether or not he want to sing. Yo, then enough places me go, man, and people are sing dancehall song and sound exactly like Jamaican. Me they are Trinidad and them thing there. Well, on Trinidad is like them close to it, but me go again. Me they are highness. And people are sing Bob Marley song. You could have never tell see no Jamaican them and them black African American them a sing. You see what I say? So we can't say just because Sean Paul sound like Jamaican, which we know him a uptown Jamaican, you understand, about him skin color and the way how him keep himself away from certain places and him not go certain places. And that's why the John and really rate Sean Paul. Is what I say? Like that, cause the only thing me can say, oh, come in, you see me? Him song might play upon the radio over in an international place, but just because I'm skin color, nobody can take that away. Any man a try deny that just because them probably, you see me? No one this Sean Paul, but let me tell you something, brother. Sean Paul, your skin color make your thing sell. You see what I say? Because in America, anywhere in the world, anywhere you go, your skin color, them I say, yeah, brother, you see that brother here? Yeah, man. The brother here, if you go, the brother here, we can work with him. You see it? And that go on, what go on, you see me? So, just give me the light and pass the Joe. Boss another buckle of more. Give me the light. That's it, you know. You hear nothing more from Sean Paul like that, you know. That's it. You see me? Him sing some other songs and do a bag of collaboration, but them not play in a genre. Cause you see what happen. Them man they stay foreign, them man they not go nowhere else. Them man they just stay in them tabernacle and go and hide away and them little thing there. You see it? Them man they never too touch you and go deal with the public like that. You see me? I'm skin color make it sell, man. Him make the people them mess with him and them thing there, you know? A serious thing. I don't know joke. Nobody can deny that. Alright, so him get this. Him get this. Him get these people wicked. Wicked this, that still. But you kind of provoke the thing still. And make sure you go anywhere you go, brother, as vloggers in these times. You may say, no man, make sure say, hold on there, people. How what do them? When I like up the life for many people, 4 people there, like life now, I not move so. Don't know the badness come down already. I not move so. I'm not support not even if we put up nice title, pretty title, ugly title, or just some joke thing more time. All right, brother, you get violate from the man them, so you know, say no, you have to take away yourself, you know, and don't violate the man them like that and put up the man them kids like that. You see what I say? If you talk about the artist, but if you go put up a man kids, that's a different kind of violation, right? So you see what I say? As much as you want to say, do it for comedy and you just do it for make people laugh and them thing they have to know what you do me general. You see what I say? I not violate nobody like that. Me would have never talk about Sean Paul and talk about. If me talk about Sean Paul, the only thing me go talk about is the music. You see what I say? Just the music. You see it? Yeah, man, just the music would have talk about. Me not go touch on them kids and them business. Me could have care less if him want have half kids, 2 kids, black kids, white kid, pink kid, all kind of kid. Me never care. You see what I say? Me just know say Sean Paul is a man from the time me I hear about Sean Paul and me say him and Mr. Vegas did a role. And brother, for me say man get him international thing and take off. Even if Mr. Vegas want to forgive him now in a them time, who me? But now forgive you a bomb buckler dog. Fuck off and go. Hold on the people. Hold on. Hold on, because I think a joke thing. People. Them man, them think a joke thing, no? Yeah, man, say no man. Artists them for know too, you know, brother. But the vloggers them for know what them a do too. But the artists them for know too, you know. Is what I say, cause enough of them I want rush man in the street, you know. I tell you, you know. Any one of them artists they try rush me to blood clot, you know. Hell of powder house, you know, people. Yeah, what the hell of powder house in the badness, man. Cause nah go so, you know, brother. Nah go so, you know. Is what I say. Yeah, man, it would have go terrible, man. You see it? So, at that, boy, I do right there. So, violate violate Sean Paul a little bit still, but let's say badness. So we gone. 20 minutes in a argument. Yeah, man. Sean Paul is a man where me no rate him just to the fact that Sean Paul is a man who him this. Because I don't know if things change now with him and Mr. Vegas. But once, let me tell you how I stay, brother. I not forget, you know. Nah, forget, brother. Because if you're a man a roll from them time there, come up till now and them thing there. I mean, and them man they a roll from them time there and I do music and them thing there. And then you get international break. And you no give a helping hand to your brother. You make your brother struggle. And you make your brother get stronger. And you make Mr. Vegas have to go venture off in a this and venture off in a that for try. Because you get the international break. Enough artists do that, you know, some pussy, you know, being a dog. So may I tell you that me never rate about Sean Paul in a boy day. You see me? Me not defend Vegas, me not defend Sean Paul, me not defend. Me attack in a general when me think of the brother. Me narrate the moves them when make over the years. Even if my Mr. Vegas want link back now, you see me? And them good, you know, for them think that, you understand? But me would never bumbleclad this my virgin. You understand? Me nah this though this your virgin. You see me? Don't this your friend. You know, if you don't know where I go, if you don't know where I come from, you don't know where I go. But here I know, you make millions of dollars, right? And him all over the place. But what? Your dignity, your pride, your character, all of them sitting there can wipe that through the door. You see it. Not talk bad against you. But just a talk based on the fact that if you're a man a roll, brother, and you get international break and left me behind me, I go be blood clot piss. How you talk about? I go be piss as fuck. You see it? Yeah, man. I would have been mad. But I don't know if Mr. Vegas forgive him. And just say make bygones be bygones. With Sean Paul. Or me's a man who rate him, dog. I not rate a man who this in Virgin for international status and gone and left them. I never give him none of the recognition. I don't like them thing there. Fussy move them they out. You hear that, Sean Paul? So me not put up a picture in the dark. Because I have nothing to do with you, you know. I just see your name in a thing, you know, yeah, this 119. Because 119 put up your kids, them. But you have to know vloggers go to some extreme, you know. Then the same way them did I put up CMR kids them all over the place. Boy, with us, we know if we hit the spot, you know, for people get join out. And then boy, oh boy, you go certain places where your enemies there. And you don't have no bucket if I just you alone. You have to say, yo, no go there so. No go there so. Because I'm a beg, you know, because I don't want Sean Paul lick him in his face there, because I'm not no bucket if there. It's terrible, you know. It's terrible to blood cleat, me I tell you people. Anyway, a chopper lifestyle, man, I deal with people. 21 people have you over one part. Alright. Nobody know the nice stream yard. Alright. We know a badness come down already. Yeah. We see one other person now what say, you know the badness come down already. Alright. That a go on, pan what a go on. Share the live somebody for me. Share the live then. When I top vlog of them, share my live since as I never tune in like that. Monday, you know. A Monday, man. Don't wait until it's too late to fight for the land, people. You understand? Because a bit things are going on with the land, you know. Land has been taken away from the people down at Jamaica. You understand? The beaches and them things they are take away, you understand? So meanwhile we are running around the place with the music thing, we still also have to balance it with what's going on with the land in Jamaica. You see me? You see what I say, people? Because if the land them get taken away from the people, then you know say a bit things are going. You not get no access to land. You see me? One of my bad people, them share their life for me there. Oh, one that me can do this. Hold on. Everybody group up. Everybody have a problem. 2. Yo, Chopper Lifestyle. Me I tell them the truth about the land people of Jamaica. Oh, nobody no care about that. Oh, nobody no care about them thing there. Nobody no want to see the land and fight for the land for Jamaica. Nobody no want that, eh? Nobody no want to fight for the land. Get me? Understand? Yeah. I mean, nobody no really talk about that. Nobody no really talk about the land situation. The land situation that's going on. 23, are we there? Let me see. So hold on, you can't put a like on the video. Buckler, and then easy, you know. Alright. Nobody now really talk to me still or reason with me, so you don't know. Just go around this. Just go around this cause you don't know. Always never know communication anyway from the subscribers, so nah, 2 bus we burn here, man. No badness come down already, so them treat me all the time, you know. No love.
For one thing I representing them for Uptown TV. You understand?
Fega di besema indionech. Endi hu bemedir tihun. Yala tenterachnen siten zare. Bedelachnen ikker belen. Igna je bedelnen ikkeren demenil. Awada fet na matagban. Kakifu adeneden fi. Mengus tiante antenantena. Highly maskam lisleale.
In the name of the African ancestors who began the march of humankind in the womb of Mother Africa, we ask these ancestors to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of the African ancestors who began the march of humankind in the womb of Mother Africa and marched down the Nile, laying the foundations for human civilization and culture, we ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of these African ancestors who built their pyramids and their temples to their God concepts, to their principles, and to their moral values, who left us a legacy of architectural and monumental building unparalleled in the history of the world, we ask these ancestors who built the pyramids, who built the temples, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these African ancestors who took this African culture and extended it throughout Africa, building the stone cities of Zimbabwe, building the empires of the Sudan, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, building the Swahili city-states along the east coast of Africa, and in Christian Africa, asking King Lalibela and giving him the courage to build the 12 churches of Lalibela from the ground down, monuments to the world. We ask these Africans to spread this culture to the Dogo and to the Akan and to the Yoruba and to the Bankango and to the Zulu. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. In the name of the Africans who opened up Africa, opened up the Nile Valley to other cultures and other peoples, and they came in and nurtured themselves on the African greatness. First coming in early with the ancient Hebrews, and they synthesized this culture and produced Judaism. Later coming in were the Christians, and they synthesized this culture and produced Christianity. Coming in were also the Greeks, who took the African culture, synthesized it, and produced Greek civilization. And then later, the Prophet Muhammad, and with the Arabs coming into the Nile Valley, they synthesized the culture and produced Islam. We ask these African ancestors, who as part of their legacy laid the foundations for Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Greek civilization, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask those African ancestors pulled out of Africa, taken to the hells of North America, South America, the Caribbean, maintaining the spirit of African humanity in their hearts and in their minds, and who left us this enormous legacy of struggle. We ask those Africans who resisted enslavement in the villages of Africa, who resisted enslavement in the shores of Africa, who resisted enslavement in those forts and dungeons, who resisted enslavement in the holds of those ships, who resisted enslavement when they arrived on these shores in the New World. We ask these Africans who ran into the highlands of northeast Brazil and established for 100 years the first free republic in the Americas, the Republic of Palmares, and their last great leader, Zumbi, whose spirit and sacrifice. We ask these Africans who replicated the Brazilian experience and went into the highlands of Jamaica and became the maroon-free communities. We ask these Africans who went into the backwoods of the Guyanas and Suriname and created free republic of the Suramaka and the Ajuka. We ask these Africans who went into the backwoods of Georgia and the swamps of Florida and moved with the Seminole Indians and resisted oppression. We ask these Africans who left us a legacy of struggle and resistance, the likes of which no one in the world has, to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future. We ask these Africans who created and laid for us a foundation of struggle and resistance that was passed on generation after generation, that was passed on to Harriet Tubman, who fought her way out of enslavement and became a symbol of freedom for all of us. Similarly, Frederick Douglass and hundreds of thousands of others fought their way out of enslavement. We ask those Africans who went with Boukman, Dessalines, to create the greatest revolutionary experience in the history of the world, the Haitian Revolution, leaving us a legacy, the likes of which no one else has had. We ask these Africans to be with us, to strengthen us, and give us a vision for the future.
Let us start our class with a prayer. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, friend, beloved God, Jesus Christ, Bhagavan Krishna, Mahavatar Babaji, Larima Shai, Swami Sri Yukteswarji, our Guru, Paramahansa Yogananda Ji, saints of all religions, we bow to all of you. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, great Gurus, receive our love, receive our desire to love you more, to attune our hearts and minds with your great presence. Om. Peace.
Speak truth to the people. To identify the enemy is to free the mind. Free the mind of the people. Speak to the mind of the people. Speak truth.
As we're waking up this morning, we're hearing Donald Trump in what is not surprising, but still, wow. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? So on the plane, Air Force One, yesterday, he was being interviewed by journalists, and one of the things he said was that And he's just throwing that out there to see how it sticks. And it's sticking with a lot of people. So one of the things he said was that the people of Palestine, 1.odd million of them, that he's asked Jordan and Egypt to take them. So while he's purging the United States of immigrants and whatnot, he's asking Egypt to take in 1.3 million and Jordan refugees, because he says he just wants to clean out that area. And if you recall, so he's speaking the quiet part out loud. But this is, and this has always been the plan, that for a long time. It's Greater Israel, the whole thing. So this has always been the plan. From the days of Herzl through the fight with the Ottoman Empire until today. This has always been the plan. History is indeed our alibi. Some not so new. Artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. Well, we're there now. We've been telling you about technocracy for a long time because this is where we are. Technopopulism is what we see happening now. We hear Trump talking about the manifest destiny, so we're back to that. And of course, AI agents, AI arms race, mass surveillance, behavior modification, AI dependence. These are words that we're going to be hearing a whole lot. As I told you, I would be attending all of the sessions, as many as I could, that were open, of the World Economic Forum Summit that just ended in Davos, and I certainly did. And so these are some of the stuff we heard there, some of the things coming out of Davos. Science-based, not so much, but we are throwing in science-based medical dictatorship because we see that coming. Transhumanism, smart cities, Stargate, of course, AI dominance, AI arms race, cancer vaccines, mRNA vaccine for cancer, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole lot more. But as the morning progresses, we hope to get through some of these, most definitely. In the meantime, though, thank you for joining us. The AI arms race is on in earnest, as we indicated just now. And just before we go to our interview, which really has nothing to do with that, I want to play for you a quick clip, a very short clip, of Larry Ellison of Oracle. And his name will come up again in the morning because he was at the press conference with Donald Trump outlining Stargate and the next big thing for artificial intelligence. But Larry Ellison has been on this for a while. And just recently, he spoke about what the future would look like. Believe me, this is dystopic. They have already started work on this, he says. But anyway, give a listen to this, and we'll come back to this later on. When we talk about bearing witness, it's not just watching, and we'll also come back to that. But listen to Larry Ellison, and we'll pick up on the other side.
Police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras. It's AI that's looking at the camera. No. You can't do this. It would be like a shooting. That's going to be immediately, that's going to be an event that's immediately, an alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times. And the supervision will, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. We just, if there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop. A drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And then new generation of autonomous drones.
All right. So that is Larry Ellison. And this is the man who stood beside the president, newly elected president of the United States, 2 days after the second day after the inauguration, rolling out Stargate. He's talking about behavior modification, and he's talking about mass surveillance using AI, and it's already happening. All right, we're going to come back to that later on in the program, and this is not to frighten or scare anyone. It is to say, as African people, we are on our own. It is up to us to determine how we're going to be engaging with this, how we're going to be protecting our families, ourselves, and how we're prepared for our own future, food security and water security. Water security was one of the main things discussed at the World Economic Forum last week. Here in Jamaica, though, water sources are being given away to foreign operatives on the island. We'll come back to that. We're going to get to the phone lines now because my brother Jawari Akhenaton, Vice President of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the Queen Mother Samad Division 455, CEO of the Black Star Fishing and Trading Company, which maintains several fishing vessels engaged in deep water fishing expeditions, and an accomplished poet, Garveyite, and revolutionary. Not sure if our brother Heru Aishakamusa Menelek is with him, High Commissioner of the UNIA and ACL, Vice President of the Marcus Garvey's People's Political Party, and Yoruba High Priest. But Jawari, my brother, you there?
I'm here always for you, my sister Kabu.
All right, brilliant.
Greetings, my Garveyite freedom fighter, sister Kabu. Much love and much blessings.
Thank you so much, and greetings to you too. Is Heru Aishakamusa there?
I've been trying to call him. I don't know if AI is taking over the telephones, but I haven't reached him, so it shall be progress until we get in touch with him.
All right. So, Joey, one of the things, the main thing we're talking about this morning, and congratulations on this. This is really a development that we are happy to report on, which is the formal formation and I think inauguration. You can tell me if what has happened so far of the Queen Mother Samad UNIA Division 455.
Well, my sister, let's start by one of Mr. Garvey's quotes. A race that is solely dependent upon another for economic existence sooner or later dies.
Yes.
You know, our people are in a dire state, as you can see, as you expound every day, and it is getting worse. And the savagery that is overwhelming us from those people, those criminals in the United States and Europe, really, France included, is overwhelming. So this is a foundation for us to start building and moving to higher unity of our people. I mean, I don't want to sound frightened and emotional, but we have to be very wary of what these people are trying to do to us in terms of domination, control, resources. They're trying to even kill us off. Look at what they're doing in Gaza. They're going to try to kill off all those people, and Trump is the condom that they use, because we know that all this money is behind Trump, Elon Musk, and all these other criminals that are there wasting the resources of the earth that they stole from South Africa to do all this evil. So it's not.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Jawari, but because we have our brother Heru online, and we do have to conference this call. We can't do it while we're having the conversation with you. So I'm going to ask you to hang up. Should I ask him to hang up? And then you dial again. All right, so hang up for me quickly, and then we'll just dial both of you again and get you in studio. My apologies. All right.
No problem.
All right. Okay, so that's going to be coming up in a little while. We're going to continue the conversation. The Queen Mother Samad Division 455 up and running. And so want to have that conversation with underway in the Congo right now, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the M23 rebels, which are M23 terrorists who are backed by Rwanda, are wreaking havoc on Congo as we speak. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk a bit more about that this morning. But let's bear that in mind as we go back to the phone lines, where our brother Heru Aisha Menelek is online, Jawari Akhenaton. Heru, greetings, my brother. Welcome to the space.
Greetings and blessings.
All right. Good to have you on. Jawari, you are giving us a background to the Queen Mother Samad Division 455, the UNIA. And but let's go to that, because the history of this, the Queen Mother Samad Division 455, it's called obviously Queen Mother Samad Division, so there is a link there with our dearly departed, our ancestor now, Queen Mother Samad. What's the background to this?
Well, let me say something quickly. Nothing happens by coincidence. So it is not coincidence that Brother Heru is on the line right now, who is most qualified to give you all the answers. Brother Heru, would you please answer her questions? Brother Heru?
Greetings.
Yes. Did you hear the request of Sister Kabu in reference to our relationship to Queen Mother Samad and how we got the division formed? And would you please relate all that history to her at this moment?
Okay. Queen Mother Samad. We call her the unrepentant Garveyite. She's an American citizen who came to Jamaica. She was married to a Jamaican. Came to Jamaica and fell in love with Jamaicans, decided she would make Jamaica her home. The division now, how the division started is when she got very ill, she bequeathed her home to the UNIA Division 455 to continue her works. She would have schools come to her home and she teach them about Marcus Garvey, Garveyism, and Black history. And the Division 455 was put in place by her through her will to continue that work. The courts have just completed the probate of her will, and the division was reconstituted at her home on the 7th of January last year. And we will continue the works to spread Garveyism right through Jamaica.
A quick editorial note, because obviously persons listening must be a bit confused at this time if they do not know what the ongoing conflicts are within Mwalimu Garvey's UNIA generally, because of course we have on the island head of the UNIA, Stephen Golding, and we're hearing this morning of the UNIA High Commissioner Heru Aisha Kamusa. We're hearing Vice President Jawari Akhenaton. Obviously, there has been an ongoing conflict. There's a split in Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey's UNIA. Can you tell us exactly what that is, and so as we can understand why we have two branches of the UNIA operating here in Jamaica, two different branches?
Well, it's very unfortunate. When the Honorable Marcus Garvey was sent to prison in America in 1925, the UNIA was infiltrated, and Marcus Mosiah Garvey was the President General serving his term of office while he was in jail. After serving 2 years in 1927, his stay in prison was commuted. The sentence was commuted. And he was deported to Jamaica in 1927. Mr. Garvey argued with what's not happening? In 1925, while he was in prison, they voted in a new president general. They, the UNIA members, the ones that were infiltrated the organization. Mr. Garvey pleaded with them for 2 years, from 1927 to 1929. Mr. Garvey pleaded with them to say, listen, I am the official president general, and you should desist from having another president general representing the UNIA. They would not relent. So Mr. Garvey in 1929, while he was in Jamaica, when he was deported, he re-registered the UNIA in Jamaica as UNIA 1929 of the world. The UNIA that was registered in America in 1917 was the UNIA Incorporated. Now, what has happened is that since 1929, we have had two UNIAs. The 1929 of the world, that the Honorable Marcus Garvey re-registered in Jamaica to carry out his works, and the UNIA Incorporated in America that defected and started and have a president general in America.
So let me ask you, Jawari, with the everybody knows where I stand now with the pardon of Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey granted by the United States. But putting everything in context, with this pardon and considering that the branch that defected did so while he was in prison, and let us say they did that because they bought into the fraud, they bought into the lies, and bought into this idea that Mwalimu had done something wrong. Let us say they bought into that. Now let me just finish the question. Now that there is this pardon by the same U.S. government, what does that mean for a reconciliation of the two branches, or does it mean anything at all?
My sister, can I answer that one?
Yes, I was asking you.
Yes, we have some tremendous work to continue, and I don't see the need for us to be fighting against each other to elevate Marcus Garvey and his work. As it stands, the one to which I belong, which is the one that Marcus Garvey put together after he came from prison, it is the elite, it is the number one, it is the real thing. Marcus Garvey is it. Makes it genuine. So I would advise the other sections to try to relent on the war or the conflict and let us join with each other to build one UNIA to face the battles in front of us with these supreme devils trying to destroy the world and us, rather than with fighting and bickering, like schoolgirls about something which is really toward destruction. Because as Mr. Garvey puts it, the greatest weapon used against the Negro is disorganization. And what we are doing right now with all this conflict and all this misunderstanding and failure to come together is to show and to prove that his word is true. We are highly disorganized people. We are the most disorganized people on the face of the earth. Period.
Is this a time then, and I hear you saying it's a time for it, for the unity, for coming together? Is the Queen Mother Samar division, which is connected to the UNIA that Mwalimu himself set up because of the defection of others who literally hijacked the UNIA from him? Is this a time? Will the UNIA and the Queen Mother Samar branch lead the charge for that reconciliation, at least for the conversation to start?
Well, we have to do that. There's no question about that, because if we are for the unification of all African people all over the world, Why should we be trying to show unity and at the same time have ill feelings and aggression towards another group of people within our race? And why can't we come together and discuss it and put it together in a format where it becomes a history, anachronism, and we can move on in the right direction? That is my personal opinion on that.
Yes. Brother Heru, how many branches of the UNIA and ACL under what's the difference between the two names again? Because here we have UNI and ACL, but is there a difference in names any at all, incorporated and?
Well, it's just the two names, the incorporated in the United States and the 1929 of the world of our division in Jamaica.
All right.
But what we had proposed to have a joint convention that both president generals, after they serve their terms, they serve for 2 years in each case. And at the end of that 2-year term, we would have a convention where we would elect one president general. It has resounded with a couple of the members, and they are articulating on the same line to have a joint convention of both UNIAs and have one president general elected.
Because at the same time, we have a narrative about what this pardon means. And so that to me, it would seem as if the first thing, if we were going to accept the pardon, which I for me, what my thinking is on it. But anyone who accepts the pardon, if this is the case, and the narrative is that it's a first rung on the ladder to expunging Mwalimu's records, I think that's a bag of bull, not Nogoso. It is not possible. The point, though, is that if that narrative if we're going to spin that narrative, then obviously the first thing to do would be to look within the UNIA itself for unity on that pivoting, but on that foundation of the pardon, wouldn't it?
Yes, I agree, my sister. But we have to get serious about this thing. We can't be just talking about it and not achieving anything. So until that time, until we can get together and say, let us put aside our differences as brothers, black people, whose ancestors suffered slavery and blood-curdling events, for us to be here just acting a fool like this? No, I can't accept that as black unity. So until we get to that stage where we can denounce that and see that as something decrepit and disgusting and move to a fraternal love and the building of a black nation, we just talking the talk.
All right. Okay? So we have High Commissioner Heru Menelek, and we have Vice President Joy Akhenaton of the Queen Mother Samaj Division 455 here in Jamaica. I'm going to ask each of you to say what your mandate is. I'll start with you, Brother Heru. So what is your mandate, and how can persons be part of what is happening here in Jamaica with the Queen Mother Samaj Division?
Thank you ever so much. We are doing the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and we hope to continue that work. In Mr. Garvey's time, we had 11 divisions operating in Jamaica. We had the strongest divisions operating out of Jamaica. And the President General, the Honorable Michael Duncan, he has mandated us. We just spoke to him. He's in Liberia. He just mandated us to restart and have at least one division in every parish. That is our mandate right now, to get the UNIA in every parish, to have at least one division. Our second mandate is to start farms to feed ourselves. We have started a Liberty Farm in St. Catherine. We had a division in St. Catherine, Division 427. The president of that division just passed, so we are reorganizing that division now to rise up. And we will be having weekly meetings right across the island to energize the people, to let them know that the UNIA is also the black man's government and what is happening in Jamaica with the two colonial parties that have been directing Jamaica and bring Jamaica to this decadent state. We will rise up the Marcus Garvey People's Political Party as the government of Jamaica. So that's our two mandates that our President General has given to us. And today we'll be having a meeting at Brother Miguel Lawrence's place to further that mandate.
Is this an open meeting?
This meeting is an executive meeting, but we'll be having an open meeting at the House of Dread, 3 Deanery Road, next Sunday.
Okay.
The public is invited to that meeting.
What time?
It starts at 2 p.m.
All right. And Jawari, you're as a vice president, what is your mandate? I know the overall mandate. What's your role as a vice president?
My sister, I would say it in a metaphorical way. It takes all 10 fingers of the clap. So whichever role that I have to fit in, I'm going to fit in there and do to the best of my ability because I'm a committed Garveyite. I'm a committed freedom fighter. I'm tired of seeing my people suffer, and I'm sure there's a lot we can do to help each other. I was just thinking that just off the record, if 1 million Jamaicans, there are 3 million Jamaicans here, if 1 million Jamaicans gave $100 a month towards building and removing some of the sufferation in Jamaica, 100 million a month to help remove all the scourges without depending on the government. That is what Mr. Garvey preached. Self-empowerment. Do it for your own self and build your own self. Those guys will never be on your side. They're going to be always ripping and running and taking your resources and conning you and fooling you and leaving sufferation to be in your country. And the stench of it is overwhelming. We, the people, have to get together. Whether we are professed Garveyites or not, which all of us are Garveyites, we just don't know it. But if we even just decide to, I'm going to help my country by giving, I'm going to save $100 a month and give to the building of my nation with my people doing the job.
How can persons who are listening before any of the meetings begin and are interested in being part of this revival, if you will, this renaissance of Mortimer's Garvey's UNIA
We can
in
give our
Jamaica?
telephone numbers.
Go ahead. You can sure? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, you can give our phone numbers are for public knowledge. So if they want it, I can give them mine. It's 876-819-0716. And Brother Heru, would you give them yours?
Certainly. 876-423-7999.
Okay. And just before you go, because we're out of time, so the big thing coming out of the United States last week, this happened last week, Sunday, while I was on air, the Joe Biden government pardoned Mortimer Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Yes.
Your own thinking on this, both of you? Yes.
A big smoke screen at best. However, there are positive repercussions that could further our cause. Enlighten our people. Wake up. Look what's happening. These people are using our history and our suffering to make themselves look good. Like Biden is looking good. He's looking better than Obama, who was there and could have done it and didn't do it. So therefore, they're giving themselves all these accolades. But at the same time, we're not concerned with that. We're concerned with that from the point of view of what they're planning to do, like what Trump is planning to do. That's our lives. But at the same time, we have to find a way to come together, Sister Kabu. We have to put ourselves together. And right now, I see a spiritual awakening in terms of the amount of things that are happening at the same time in reference to our progress and Marcus Garvey. And Marcus Garvey is a poster boy right now in the world as far as black people is concerned, or should be.
And you're thinking... go ahead. Finish your sentence. I was going to bother Heru because we're out of time. Yes.
I'm looking at a light at the end of the tunnel. Mm-hmm. Before it was kind of hazy and dark.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. Brother Heru? Yes. Brother Heru?
Well, we look at the pardon as something that has happened to re-energize and remind black people the world over that we must form the black government in the world. That's the vision of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. In 1914, he said, where is the black man government? He saw none, and he said, I, Marcus Garvey, will create the black man's government when he formed the UNIA. The UNIA is the black man's government of the world. So we have to energize black people the world over to show that we are the true leaders of the world.
All right. Thank you so much, brothers. High Commissioner of the UNIA and ACL, Vice President of the Marcus Garvey People's Political Party, Yoruba High Priest Heru Aisha Kamusa Menelik, and Vice President of the UNIA, Queen Mother Samar Division 455, CEO of the Black Star Fishing and Trading Company, Jawari, accomplished poet, Garveyite, revolutionary, Jawari Akhenaton. Thank you both. My pleasure to have had you on this morning. Thank you so much. And this is really a great thing in the name of Mother Samar. This is really a brilliant thing. So let me just congratulate you for getting it off the ground.
Yes, my sister. And we are all part of a spiritual modality. We keep moving in a spiritual realm. That's why all of us are gathered here and all these things are happening to us right now.
Give thanks, of course. All right. So, beloved brothers, they are just talking about the Queen Mother Samar Division 455, which is now up and running. You heard the telephone numbers that they gave out. This is something that we can get involved in immediately. We're going to, all morning we're talking about geopolitical issues, Pan-African issues. We're looking through our African-centered lenses at these geopolitical events happening across the world. Of course, one of the big things, and I mentioned that earlier, that is happening now is the AI arms race that is on. Stargate was announced. China came out with DeepSeek, and Stargate looks like a baby that is just learning to creep. But Larry Ellison, who you heard earlier, talking about mass surveillance in a dystopian Orwellian 1984 kind of way, is a founder of Oracle. And he has expressed views that artificial intelligence could lead to a surveillance state. And I'm trying to take this call. All right, so we're having, let me see. All right, so it's if you do this for me, because there are two things happening right there. I do not have a technical operator, so I'm trying to figure everything out. But if you do that for me. So he, as you heard earlier, we played that. He talked about artificial intelligence, that this could lead to a surveillance state. And he said just a few months ago, September I'm so sorry. My apologies. He mentioned that AI-powered cameras would ensure citizens are on their best behavior because they're constantly being recorded and reported. This is, if you've seen the movie The Handmaid's Tale, this gives you a pretty good idea of what he's talking about. But if you've read also 1984, it is almost coming to life in front of us. And he talks about envisioning a future where police officers would be supervised at all times, where citizens would be supervised at all times through AI-powered body cameras, and that AI would monitor video feeds from drones, cars, and other cameras to detect and respond to incidents. And he also believes this would create a safer society. We heard him just now. I played the clip and I'll play it again. But he's the very same person we saw standing beside the newly elected president of the United States as they roll out phase 2 of Vision 2030, the technocracy agenda, the technocracy and transhumanism agenda. This is what they're rolling out now on the back of COVID, because COVID was a psyop. And this also is another psyop. We don't want to be confused by what we're hearing, by what is going on around us. And this is why my job for this entire year is to refocus our attention under the theme, we are on our own, reshaping the future of Africa and the Caribbean for our children and what that entails. Going to go to the phone lines now to speak with our geopolitical analyst, Pan-African scholar and engineer, Kwame Pianke. My brother, Kwame Pianke, thank you so much for joining us. Right. Kwame, you're hearing me? Brother Kwame?
I'm hearing you. Good morning.
Morning, Cuz. How you doing?
I am fine, Cuz. How are you?
I am well, as long as you two are well. A lot happening around us. I know we have particular specific things to talk about, but we're waking up this morning to hear Donald Trump saying on Air Force One that he's talking to Egypt, he's talking to Jordan, and the plan is to ethnically cleanse and forcibly remove 1.3 or so million Palestinians into Jordan and into Egypt. And the term he used is to clean out the area. This is on the back of what his son-in-law said a few months ago, which was that entire area needs to be cleaned out because it is prime real estate. Off the top of your head, looking through your geopolitical lens, Brother Kwame, what's your thought on it?
Well, I know he's trying to satisfy his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, with the West Bank cleanup there. Boy, there's so much chaos with Trump. It's hard to know what's real from what is not real. So that one, I'm going to take a step back and observe. To be honest with you, I mean, in American football, you have a concept where the offense will run a lot of motion to confuse the defense, and then they'll run a basic play behind that motion. So, I mean, who's to say? That one I really do not know.
Lots of you talk about chaos, and this is what we said earlier. So order out of chaos, and this is a 3-card game. It's smoke and mirrors. Look there, look here, look everywhere. And the question is, what are we missing? Because we're being pointed in so many different directions. Should we be looking at ourselves? Should we be looking at our people? Should we be looking at our nations? Isn't that what we should be doing now?
Exactly, because every day, I mean, I was telling my wife, and I could actually talk to another cousin of mine yesterday, and I was saying that this whole Trump thing, I'm just sitting back eating my popcorn and watching the show, right? But really, the real thing we should do is be eating our popcorn, watching the show, and building for ourselves. Because Trump is a symptom of the final decline of an empire. You could say Biden put the nail in the coffin, but Trump is kind of like the bell ringer of the final decline of an empire. And in my personal opinion, his whole role is to negotiate the decline of the United States and negotiate I don't want to say implosion, but have a controlled implosion of the United States essentially. And that's his role. So this chaos is to mask a lot of things, in my personal opinion.
I do agree with you,
and that includes the whole Greenland and Canada thing, because basically the U.S. is going to cede Eurasia, and so they need to have some sort of resources to depend on, and thus threats against Greenland and Canada, and then. Them ceding Eurasia basically blows up the whole 120-year British strategy of controlling Eurasia, and that's why Trump doesn't get along with the Keir Starmer government there as well. So this again is a retreat. Yeah. The bluster is the mask of retreat in the world.
Yes, and talking about building, watching them, but building for ourselves. What do we do in the meantime? What we see happening in East Africa, and what with the how those countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and specifically Burkina Faso and Traore, are building as opposed to responding, proactive in engaging with our best selves, if you will, looking to the future. I know that there have been some developments And these are positive developments. Last time we spoke, which was 2 weeks ago, we were pretty optimistic, although cautiously, about what was happening in the region. Since then, those developments we're seeing, and I'd want you to point out some of those for us, specifically as it relates to debt, Burkina Faso's debt and so on. What does that mean?
Burkina Faso paid off their internal debt. I think it was 300 billion CFA francs, which is equates to 4.8 billion US. And then Mali paid off 332 million of internal debt. Now, the propaganda arms, the Voice of America and Agency France Presse, try to deny the two countries are paying off their debt. But you know that the Burkina Faso announcement comes from their information bureau themselves. The Mali announcement comes from the finance minister. So, but I think the purpose of the counter propaganda from Voice of America, Agency France Presse, is not intended for the Sahel states. It's intended for the other states that may be tempted to do the same thing. You know, and that includes the Caribbean, saying that you can't. You need us. You need us. Don't walk away from us. Don't dare pay off our debts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because there's no intent for when the IMF and the World Bank comes in and does a restructuring programs. They do not really want the countries to pay off their debts. They want to get the assets and resources of those countries for pennies on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the intent. And when a country pays off its debts, they can develop themselves internally, develop their manufacturing industry, develop their agriculture industry, as you see going on in Burkina Faso and Mali and Niger. Because I think they've had bumper crops this year, despite the threats from terrorism.
Mm-hmm.
And so
you talk about
it's really a method shield of the countries.
Mm-hmm. You talk about the disinformation campaign that is being run by state media in the United States and other liberal media outlets and conservative, because this is basically what's happening now, and not just them, but generally. Yeah. I remember being on the phone with you and the research that you had to do, dig deep, move from one to one, and we were on the phone sorting this through, and you finally said, I found it. Because one of the things we wanted was to ensure that we could verify that the debts were paid off, because the disinformation campaign, it was so pervasive. And finally, tell us about that, Kwame. How did you come to verify this information?
Well, what I did, we found an article on something called 24/7 Sports, but they didn't source it. But I actually took a quote from that article, pasted it in the browser, and then it popped, and then that popped up the Burkina Faso Bureau of Information. Plus, I looked at the Chamber of Commerce, the Burkina Faso Chamber of Commerce page, and they didn't quote the CFA franc, but they quoted the conference which they attended, where the Prime Minister made that announcement. Now, the internal debt isn't completely paid off, but they intend to pay off all the internal debt for Burkina Faso. Mm-hmm. So, but it was a significant amount, and to me, the other bit of misinformation is that the Voice of America says Burkina Faso does not control its own resources. Okay, on the face of it, you could say that's true, but they have exerted more control of their resources by demanding bigger royalties, and they have also nationalized 2 gold mines from the British. And again, that is very important. And I'm going to make the reason I'm mentioning the British. The French minister that's responsible for Africa, his name is Jean-Marie Hackel, went to present his neo-colonial plan to the British this week. And then suddenly we get these articles, mm-hmm, right? Mm-hmm. And in 2016, there's a report that said that the British government has the British interests have $1 trillion in mining interest in Africa. Mm-hmm. Wrap your mind around that. Mm-hmm. $1 trillion in mining interest in Africa, and if they lose this, it could their economy is on the verge of collapse anyway. But it would just basically bury them, mm-hmm, if they lose their mining interest in Africa. Mm-hmm. And Burkina Faso taking over those 2 mines, and Mali basically threatening arrest of the CEO of not threatening arrest, they put out a warrant for the arrest of the CEO of Barrick Gold for underpayment of taxes. And Barrick Gold is based in Canada, but you can say that's part of the British sphere because the CEO is from South Africa. And of course, Canada is part of the so-called Commonwealth. This is a direct threat to the British too, even though the Sahel countries are considered quote unquote francophone countries.
And so another geopolitical analyst and Pan-African scholar engineer Kwame Pianke, we're looking through our lenses, or African-centered lenses, and all of these new and not so new events and issues happening around us through our lens, helping us to understand better what our purpose, what our role, what our responsibilities should be in this time of apparent chaos. Kwame, you talk about the relationship between Britain and the United Kingdom. We see this appearing to be fractured. I think they're just trying to get the UK in a position where they get them on their side for whatever reason, because we see Britain's relationship, for example, with Paul Kagame is interesting. As we speak today, Kagame's Britain's man in Africa is Kagame. And as we speak right now, there is the M23 rebels backed by Kagame. They are Kagame's terrorists capturing towns and villages. Yeah. We see people running for their lives right now in the Congo. Congo could take care of the entire world's minerals needs, if you ask me. This is basically that entire region. And so there is really a race, and I think it's part of this AI arms race for the minerals of
Blood clot, yeah, tell you. Serious business to blood clot. Look, no man, 1 minute and 21 seconds me there, right? I tell you, yeah, man, not even one little head, no one subscriber, no nothing. Yeah. So they like them, hate me, people. Hate me. They hate me to pussy clad.
Congo. From what you're seeing and hearing, I heard Donald Trump, for example, in his inauguration speech and almost everything after that, talk about the people who are coming in from, the criminals who are coming in from Mexico and they're coming in from so on. And then every time he throws in Congo. But every time Congo is so out of place. And you keep saying, why Congo? So what do you think? How, from where you stand, what are some of the policies that we see him unfolding so far, coming out of this new White House, that are can have some impact on the continent of Africa, or no?
Well, the foreign aid, where he suspended the foreign aid, that is going to have an impact in a sense, because we spoke about this in the wake of the election. If you look at the foreign aid order that he had put out there, it says basically, Section 1, the purpose is the United States foreign aid and its industry and bureaucracy are not aligned with American interests, and in many cases antithetical to American values. They serve to destabilize the world peace by promoting ideas, and this is the important part, in foreign countries that are directly inverse to the harmonious, stable relations internal to and among countries. And so basically, remember we said that there is going to be the difference between Trump's administration and the Biden administration, there'll be less interference, internal interference in terms of social issues. I'm not going to say military or covert military interference, but I'm saying in terms of internal interference. So I think that is going to be a big effect. When it comes to Congo specifically, China controls, I believe, most of the resources in the Congo.
Yes.
Both DRC and the other one,
Angola,
the other kind of,
yeah. All of that, all the way to the beginning of the Lobito corridor. This is China controlled. Yeah.
So this is it's the British Desperate Act and the American Desperate Act to try to get access to these resources because China controls the world's rare earths. China controls the lithium. China controls most of the coltan and cobalt and copper, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's desperation on the part of the tech industry in the United States to build it up. Britain just wants to control the mining. Again, we spoke about the $1 trillion of mining that they would like to sell to the tech industries because let's be frank, Britain has no real engineering industry. It hasn't had any since the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
Britain is, this is my little shot at Britain. Britain is a technologically backwards country, right?
That's a big shot at Britain.
Huh?
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you, actually. Yes.
I have no. Me working with British engineers has confirmed that they're not up to snuff. They really are up to snuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so they need the mining to sell to other. They have the mining countries will control the mining companies will control the raw materials that will sell to the technically capable countries of manufacturing these things. And then, frankly, America is slipping in engineering because a lot of the engineering of American technology occurs in Asia. Remember, they tried to restore the chip industry in the United States, and that's been a failure.
Yes.
So they're kind of backed in the corner as well, especially with the antagonism against China. Where they have to rely on India primarily for the technology. Good luck with that one. And again, you can say I'm taking my shots today at various various countries in terms of engineering.
Yes.
India does not have an impressive group of engineers either.
Mm-hmm. And as you say that, it brings into focus what's happening in the last 2 days. So the U.S. rolls out Stargate, and obviously it's not a government run thing, even though it was announced in the way it was announced, but it's private, public-private partnership, mainly private. And so they roll out Stargate, but China comes back with DeepSeek. And from what I'm reading and what I'm seeing, there is a scramble now because DeepSeek it's been thrown out there for public consumption. And Stargate was held up as the best thing since whenever in terms of, and you heard that, how where America would be in AI, rolling out and growing out AI technology. So it goes to the point you make that America seems always to be caught off guard. One, with Putin, remember that weapon? And now with DeepSeek.
Weapon, yep. Yes, and it goes back to American education. I mean, you have the argument in Trump land, and I'm going to go with another. There's going to be two arguments in Trump land because there's a dispute between Elon Musk and Larry Ellison as well too.
Yes,
so we're going to get to that in a second.
Yes.
But the thing is that there's that dispute over the H-1B workers versus why aren't you hiring American workers and so on and so forth. And I can see both sides of the argument. They want the cheap labor coming in for the H-1B workers. However, Americans aren't majoring in STEM. They'll go to college and major in very non-STEM things and wind up working in grocery stores for all intents and purposes, right? Wasting their parents' money. And then number two, math is not properly taught in the United States. Two, they've taken the vocational training out of the high schools. And so America's behind technologically. And I think I said several weeks ago, it would take a minimum 20 years to get American industry back on its feet because you don't have the technical capability in this country.
Yeah.
So that's why America's always behind.
Yeah.
And then number two, in terms of military technology, the American private contractor system has become an impediment because the private contractors rip off the taxpayers by overcharging for basic things. So whereas the state-owned, the Chinese and the Russians, their military technology are developed by state-owned entities, so they're not going to overcharge. So it's basically a vicious circle or doom loop that American technology is in.
They're on the back foot one way or the other because with China flipping the script as they're doing now with this insanely efficient open source AI, which is really challenging Stargate in the space. It's a power move. And as I said earlier, they have democratized the the access to DeepSeek. And I think this is maybe for another discussion, but the extent
but let me
to
tell
which
you
they have
this, from an
disrupted the
engineering
market.
background,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of AI.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you that right off the bat. AI requires a bunch of programmers, and in fact, there's a little term. There is a little colloquial term for AI. It means all Indians.
Mm-hmm.
It means you have a bunch of Indian programmers in the background programming the AI, right?
Mm-hmm.
So AI is oversold. There's a great video on YouTube by a professor named Patrick Bailey that I would refer people to in terms of AI's the overselling of AI.
I think, I'm sorry to interrupt, Kwame, but I think this is the point China was making by dropping DeepSeek in the midst. It's like a geopolitical mic drop, if you ask me, because basically what they have done is that they've dropped something into the market. They've disrupted the market. They've literally shown that it's not that expensive. It's not that a big deal. And everybody can use what we have here. So they just dropped it into the space. And I think basically this is the argument they're doing. They're making.
Because again, Chinese engineers and programmers come cheaper than American programmers.
Mm-hmm.
And then Indian his name is Patrick Boyle, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so they come cheaper for one. Two, again, the technological proficiency of American programmers is not good.
Mm-hmm.
And the engineers are not good because, again, they're not prepared properly in school.
But then for us as Africans now, so we go back to continental Africa and the rush on the land for minerals. To whether we're skeptical of it or no, Kwame, this is the end result for us, or part of the process for us, which is what we see happening in Congo.
Yeah,
is what we see happening with the Lobito corridor.
The part I'm not skeptical of is the hardware.
Mm-hmm.
The hardware you still require the minerals for the hardware. AI, when they're talking about AI, again, AI is really the software,
mm-hmm.
but we're talking the hardware to run our phones, to run our computers,
mm-hmm.
to run these electrical vehicles. Another thing I'm skeptical of, but that's a conversation for another day.
Mm-hmm.
And I have direct experience in that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
mm-hmm.
is you need these rare earths, you need these, the other minerals that I've mentioned
mm-hmm.
to run these systems, and that is why you have to scramble for these minerals.
Yes. All right. Let me take a quick break.
The reason the Chinese went into EV
mm-hmm.
is that they saw they could not compete in developing competent, high quality internal combustion engines. So they went into EV as an advantage over, say, the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, and then requiring the various companies that participate in the Chinese market to do EV. Mm-hmm. So they basically tried to control, because they had control of the resources for EV.
Yes.
They went to EV as a basically as a competitive advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But
mm-hmm.
to be honest with you, EV has some very serious issues compared to the internal combustion engine.
So we're going to have that conversation another time, because I know this is something you're very versed on. You're very well versed on this. So we'll come back to this. This is definitely your area of expertise if you're talking about engineering and understanding motor vehicles.
Don't joke with cats to make a catch up.
Yo. So I go on and know people. Yeah, tell me so they are hour and 33 minutes. And yeah, tell me so I see nobody check in and show some support and them thing there. What go on with people? When I deal with? What go on in a building? So now move star. Jaja no star. Jaja no star. Easy over here, eh? YouTube Street, I want crazy place, man. So nobody know want hear about the land. Nobody know why you no knowledge, man, so. About a thing. These times. Yo, not even I want check in. But my people them who subscribe to the channel. When are they? We're saying no check it out, support the eye. That I think, man. 2023, I have to switch up your thing for real.
Reach up, kick up, and more up.
Go back to August of 2019. You have something called the repo market, which is basically how companies borrow cash to do their daily needs. That market completely collapsed in August of 2019. Then they had the big conference at Jackson Hole to say we need to drop helicopter money on the people. And this is August 2019.
Mm-hmm.
In Jackson Hole, the central bank conference. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly you had COVID a few months later where they're dropping helicopter money on the public.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so essentially it was to cover up a collapse of the Western economy and to a certain extent the world economy. And it was also a way to transfer wealth to the billionaires. I mean, I think the billionaires' wealth increased by 45% during COVID, something like that.
Yes,
and maybe I'm being conservative when I say
very
that.
Conservative. If you look at people like Bill Gates, for example, who everybody said that he would be now locked up on Guantanamo Bay, but he had a 3-hour dinner with Donald Trump just last week.
With Trump, yeah. Bezos' wealth increased greatly. Yeah. I mean, all the big tech billionaires. It was a transfer of wealth to the billionaire while small businesses were crushed, right? And so,
point well taken.
So this whole, so it was a psyop. It was a psyop to mask the fact of economic collapse. But here we go again.
That's the point.
We have an economic collapse going on.
And just to segue a bit back to Bill Gates, because we talk about the mRNA cancer vaccine. We had that big announcement from Larry Ellison. And we had Bill Gates saying, I had dinner with Trump. What did you talk about? He said, we talked about a vaccine, a cure for HIV. All of a sudden, them digging up at HIV. And also for polio. And he went as far as to say that we see polio cases emerging in Afghanistan, in parts of the Middle East, and on the continent of Africa. So here we go again.
Polio is hygiene, right? There was a doctor in Texas back in the early 1900s, and I think I know his last name was Campbell. I think his name was A.R. Campbell. Mm-hmm. And what he had done was there was a polio epidemic there in that part of Texas. And the long story short, he did some experience with bats and things of that nature. And essentially what he found out was polio was a result of basically people having unclean linen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm sorry, that's smallpox. Let me take that back. Let me take it back.
Okay.
Polio was a result. Sorry, polio was a result of the DDT.
Shot.
DDT sprays.
All right.
So they sprayed a lot with DDT in the 1940s and the 1950s in the United States, and they sprayed DDT quite a bit in Jamaica during the 1950s and 60s, I believe. I had a good friend of mine who's now passed, who participated in those programs.
Okay.
And so polio is a result of again toxic environmental poison.
But this doesn't matter to these demons though, because what we hear from Gates is that this was a discussion with Donald Trump, and this is the way we're going. So he's looking at food security, which is how to make food from anything, and to control what people eat, when they eat, and how they eat. This is basically what he's and remember, he went off and bought farms all over the world during COVID.
Yep.
They sold everything and bought farms. He's not even going to farming properly. He's going to be using GMO and all kind of
well,
dirty
the
tricks.
real thing is not to farm. It's to shut down. It's to take the properties off of market.
Well, there you go.
So people don't have
go. I didn't even think of that.
So yeah, so basically, so people don't have access to food during. So again, you control food, you control the people.
Because this is what he's saying, he says that this is a meeting, they're discussing food security, they're discussing HIV, they're discussing polio. And he's pointing to the Middle East, Afghanistan, and Africa. Of course, he threw Africa in there. So there's some concerns because they've done this before. And we watched it in slow motion. They locked down the world for 2 years and people participated in that. And so we know that they can do it again. They already know that they can do this again. Kwame, let me take a quick break. And I want to come back and talk about, because I'm getting lots of messages from our listeners to say, have that discussion around DEI. So let me take a break and come back.
Oh, yeah. That's a in-depth discussion, yes.
Safe. President of the United States, Donald Trump, was roll back DEI and everything around that. So lots of firings, lots of closing down of agencies and departments, and lots of people out on their faces. What do you make of all of that? And what in heaven's name is DEI?
DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just a rebrand of affirmative action, right? Affirmative action was initially done by the Nixon administration with prodding from Republican businessmen associated with the Harvard Business School, right? So that was their way of one, Nixon wanted to peel off blacks away from the Democratic Party in 1968. Two, it was also a way to mollify black people in the wake of all the riots and rebellions in the late 60s. So the Nixon administration aggressively promoted affirmative action. In fact, they had to get the civil rights organizations on board for affirmative action because they were skeptical of it at first, right? And then we moved to the Carter administration, where again, and Nixon awarded a lot of contracts to quote unquote minority contractors, and then the Carter administration started doing the same. But then the definition of minority shifted to include women, meaning white women. So if you look at the history of affirmative action, the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action are white women, not black men, not black women, not Hispanics, so on and so forth. And I have a friend who's a contractor in Texas, and he says that if DEI or affirmative action worked, he'd be getting more contracts, right?
But we wouldn't have thought that looking on from Jamaica and I think other parts of the Caribbean. We wouldn't have thought that. We always, and I know the go-to is that affirmative action is for black people.
No. The benefit, you can look up the stats. The biggest benefit, and people do your research, look up the stats who the biggest, and we're doing a statistical-based discussion. This is not an emotional discussion. A statistical-based discussion that the biggest beneficiaries from affirmative action and DEI are white women. Period. But same friend and I had a discussion 5 years ago during COVID when they were starting to bring up the whole DEI thing and doing the whole black girl magic thing. And we said that black people have historical amnesia because black men were the face of affirmative action in the 70s and 80s. And I saw affirmative action go away. I mean, I saw that with the Bakke case where they got rid of the quotas for the school. I saw municipal contracts being revoked from black people through all these lawsuits. I saw a decrease in the number of black students personally when I was in college or before I got to college in terms of percentages at the universities. And then even we saw Reagan's attack on affirmative action. We saw Clinton's only tacit support of affirmative action. We saw Obama's very weak support of affirmative action. So Trump's executive order is basically a final nail in the coffin that's been hammered in from the end of the Carter administration to Reagan to Bush to Clinton to Obama to Biden. And in fact, the Biden administration there was a case the other day in November, where the Biden administration said they were basically there was a case where minority contractors were opposed. A case was brought up where they opposed black or minority contractors getting awarded contracts, and the Biden administration decided to stand down. There was a ruling from the Small Business Administration basically saying that that awarding contracts minority contractors was discrimination.
It's interesting because it reminds me of this, what they call BAME in the UK, which is once you get into that whole idea of BAME, including Asians and Indians and so-called minorities, that the most affected group were Black British people who were literally left out of this, and the beneficiaries were everybody else, the Asians, the minorities, etc., etc. So it was literally hijacked.
Let's get into preferences, though. Their preferences happen all the time. Veterans get preferences to be hired in this country. Senior citizens get discounts, right? People who go through disasters get discounts. And let's really talk about how the corporate world works. They'll tell you that you need a college degree for certain positions, but I've worked in departments where white employees have no college degree and they get hired. I've been in a situation where I try to get a friend in an department, one of my departments hired. She had the highest test score to get in that department, and she didn't get hired because an Indian fellow whose brother-in-law worked in the department, who had no experience in the area of expertise what the department required, was able to get in because he had access to the test score.
Kwame, I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time.
This goes on all the time.
Yeah, I want to go to I want to go to the immigration, but just to wrap this up. So you're saying that for DEI, and that was a process that was in train for many presidents down the line, and the final nail in the coffin put in by Trump. So you're saying Black America isn't necessarily going to lose out on him rescinding this whole thing, and
well, as compare, well, no, some Black people are going to be affected because remember, as I said, Black women are now the boogeyman for DEI. As Black men were the boogeyman for affirmative action. So the visceral part is that those Black women who are deemed to be DEI hires are going to be punished because they're the most visible and most different, right? It's harder to punish a white woman.
And we see that happening already.
White women wouldn't.
Go ahead.
But at the same time, the contracts for those white women are going to disappear. But that's now going to be an internal family fight at the dinner table between the wife and the husband over this whole DEI thing. And the wife is going to say, "Hey, you're messing up our gig here." You know? But in terms of like lopping off heads and pardon the visceral term for it, yeah, the Black women's heads are the easiest ones to lop off because they're the most different of that crowd.
So there obviously has to be a different answer, another solution, and Black people are going to have to come up with these solutions.
The solution, back again, is controlling our own economies, which we attempted to do and did it very successfully in the early 20th century. The trick is, how do we protect our communities and our neighborhoods where we control our economies from, one, overt violence, and two, from political violence, where they, for instance, will redistrict your they'll rezone your district, the Black business district. They'll not give you tax subsidies. They will reroute roads so you can't have customers. This has all been done. Or they'll run expressways through the Black business district. So how do we protect ourselves as a people when we choose to build up our own economies? I have some ideas about that, and that includes Pan-Africanism, but that's another discussion. I don't think I should say everything in public about that.
All right, and we'll definitely invite you back to kind of just do the bullet points of it, a précis, if you will. But let's just move now, Kwame, to immigration, finally, with the few minutes we have. Already, we see the massive planes. Mexico refused planes, I think, heading to Latin America, landing in their country. And it seems to me as if Caribbean countries are already being impacted by this? What are you seeing?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and then I know the initial things are they say they're going after the criminals, and then if they happen to see anybody in the home that had been already deported, they're going to throw that person out as well. We all know that a lot of the immigrants are as a result of the U.S. interference in the Western Hemisphere and the U.S. wars abroad, and they come in there. They come in for that reason. Number two, illegal immigration was encouraged to reduce the inflation rate, quiet as it's kept. But the Fed did admit that in one of their papers back in the summer, right? And so basically now with the Trump's America First program, the people who are deemed to be criminals are going to be deported. However, I don't think he's going to deport all the illegal immigrants or even people whose status were immediately changed from illegal to illegal by the Biden administration, because this affects his own funders. For instance, the Haitians in Ohio are heavily employed by the automotive industry in that area. And I think it's been made clear, even Trump has made it clear that those Haitians will not be deported because of those companies' dependence on them. And again, because one, they're hard workers, two, they're technically proficient, and you have a lot of drug abuse among the local population that makes them unable to work in the plant. And again, I've experienced this personally when I've been at plants in the South, right? So this is not in terms of the drug problem. And so he's going to deport some of the illegals to satisfy his supporters. Illegal immigrants to satisfy supporters who have criminal backgrounds, but not all the illegal immigrants will be deported because of the U.S. farming industry is dependent on illegal immigrants, and the U.S. manufacturing industry and the U.S. meatpacking industry is dependent on illegal immigrants.
So there is
and the U.S.
Go ahead.
And the construction industry is dependent on illegal immigrants.
So this is appearances to the mind, things appearing to be, but they're not. And this is why I'm saying smoke and mirrors, look there, look here, look everywhere, everything happening everywhere all at once. And this big noise over immigration. But what's a substance? And I think the point you made earlier to sit back and watch, because a lot of this is really just smoke and mirrors.
Yes, exactly. It's as they said, it's chaos. You know, Kemetic term is APAP. Is APAP for chaos.
Yes,
which is and it just gets to a little spiritual discussion here. APAP was considered the worst of the worst, more of anything in Kemet.
Well, Elon Musk has renamed himself Kek, and we know Kek in Kemet is also the god of chaos, if you will.
Exactly.
So he's calling himself Kekimus, something or the other, Mus. That's an aside. Yeah.
And then remember, Ra, I'm reading the Book of Gates right now, and Ra requires humanity to get rid of chaos.
Well,
that is our purpose on Earth. So, but again, but also chaos leads to another order. Right, so we're going to a new order of the world. Not the order that out of chaos comes order that the powers that be want. But I think we're headed to a new age where the people who have controlled the world for the past 2,000 years, their reign is over. So the age of the Romans is ending.
Yeah. Finally, because we did say finally before, and we're over 8, it's a minute after 8, but I can't let you go without having a quick look at this, because we talk about immigration, but also, so I was in the summit for the WEF summit, and Trump was beamed in, and I don't know if you've seen that speech where he spoke directly to Saudi Arabia and just. Was very glowing.
Yes. I saw that too.
Right.
I have to smile at that. He wants Saudi Arabia to lower the oil prices, right? But Saudi Arabia needs the high oil prices to fund their infrastructure projects within Saudi Arabia. Number two, if they lower the oil prices too much, it destroys the shale industry, which Saudi Arabia would love to see. The shale oil industry in the United States, which Saudi Arabia would love to see happen, so they can again raise their prices again. So I think, again, Trump is barking up a position where he's trying to appear he's coming in from a position of strength, and really he has the world has changed in the past 4 years since he left office, greatly in the past 4 years, and the leverage that he has over the Saudis is not what they once had, what the U.S. once had.
Let us see how this play out in the region, especially with what they're now saying about Palestine, about Gaza, about that entire area. Let us see what the...
And one other thing I have to say, what people in the Caribbean region have to be careful of is that, again, the U.S. is going to cede Eurasia to control the Western Hemisphere. So basically, the Caribbean is going to be under the thumb. So what are going to be the response of the people to take matters into their own hands, because the governments are not going to take those matters into their own hands to create some sort of economic independence.
And this is critical. We have our brother Ajamu coming on in a little while, later on this morning at 8:35. And we'll take that aspect of the conversation, the discussion, up with him as we look at where we are here on the island, what are our challenges, and not just Jamaica, but Caribbean-wide. We definitely have some serious challenges in this whole geopolitical bowl. But thank you so much, Kwame Pianke, geopolitical analyst, Pan-African scholar, and engineer, as usual, my brother. Very enlightening discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, too. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Kwame Pianke. There, we are still very concerned about what we see happening around us. Many issues that we're going to be focusing on this morning. Let me quickly look at some of what we see happening in the United Kingdom, because you might have heard by now, and you probably are, peripherally seeing the newscast mentioning the young man originally his parents from Rwanda, being sentenced to 50-odd years in prison. The UK Guardian, and thank you so much, my sister friend in the UK, Dawn Eaton, who sent me some of the media reports that we're not necessarily getting with the BBC World Service and Sky News and those world media, so-called mainstream media. The UK Guardian did a brilliant article on this young man, looking at, and I say brilliant because what they did was to look at how he got to from being what some were calling a choir boy to a murderer. And in between all of this is mental health. And they made a point of pointing out that he was a young kid who was a young man, a young boy who was, between 8, 9, 10, was just happy, just friendly, just a normal young man. And then somewhere in his early preteens, he went home and told his parents that he was being bullied and people were being racist against him. And I noted that. It brought me to Professor Fred Hickling's work. And we have to look at that again, because in England, a lot of our young boys in school find themselves just around 11, 12, being subjected to the worst kinds of racist bullying in the schoolroom, on the roads, just in their normal, where they breathe racism. And so that there are too many young boys in England who are going through this without being properly attended to. But that report in the UK Guardian literally laid bare how many times the system failed this young man. He even tried to get them to arrest him, to help him at one time. And this is a story from the UK Guardian. How many? I'm talking about numerous times. And the system failed him every time. Started with bullying, continued with bullying until he lost himself. No, it was very clear from that article and some other reporting that this young man, his name is Alex Ruda Cubana. He's a young man who was found guilty of killing the young girls who were having that Taylor Swift theme dance class. And it turns out that this is a young man, and I'm not excusing any murder, any killing, nothing at all. But what is surprising to me is the extent to which we're hearing now from the UK Guardian that this young man had serious mental health issues, very, very serious issues, and the system failed him every step of the way. And yet, even in court, he was still sentenced to 52 or 50 odd years in prison. And if you see some of the reporting coming out of the UK, they're also calling for the death penalty for him. But the mental health concerns, those underlying issues, were never dealt with. And it started all the way from this young man who was about 10, 11. Had gone home to his parents to say, I'm being bullied. And he stopped going to school. He locked himself in his room. He refused to go out. He refused to socialize, just hiding away from racism. Now, I want to say something to you. I am personally aware of scores of young men like that in Britain who, at around 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and especially in those teenage years, start locking them, black boys, start locking themselves away from racism. If this is not dealt with in Britain, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think if you're Jamaican and you have your young boys growing up in the UK, I'm not prescribing anything, but goodness gracious, we need to come home. This is basically what it is. We need to come home. And I remember in the mid-90s that there were lots of Jamaicans who were living in Britain from ages ago, who came back to the Caribbean, to Jamaica, to Trinidad, to Antigua, to Barbados, went home for the sake of their children, especially the young boys. So on the one hand, we have this vicious murder of these 3 young girls. And on the other hand, we have a young man who carried out these vicious acts with a serious mental health condition, mental health was not considered in his trial because Black people are not considered, read Professor Hickling's work, are not considered human enough to have a defense of mental health issues, psychiatric issues. And this happened twice in 2 weeks or a week in the UK because Devika Rose, who left her 4 children, 2 sets of twins, in a house in the UK, and they were locked up there. A fire started, and what a tragedy that those 4 young boys, really nice, just looking at them, died, were killed in that fire. They were found under the bed. Really such a tragedy, and we remember how outraged we were. It turned out also that she had a mental health condition. As a matter of fact, the reporting on that says that while she was in court, she wasn't even listening to anybody. She was just rocking and humming, and even when the sentence was given. And yet she was sentenced to prison. And we have a white nurse, I can't remember her name, who was found guilty of killing babies in the UK. And this is just the other day. And there is a movement, there's an entire movement in Britain to free that woman. This is the extent of racism. It is what it looks like, it is what it feels like. Because if you read Professor Hickling's work, and I go back to that, it is a system that breeds the mental health conditions among Black people for the most part. It's a system. It's a racist, oppressive system that is Britain that breeds a mental health condition. And focusing on Portugal and Spain and on Europe, and they tell you how many flights coming in. One of the most racist countries in the world, if not the most racist country, is Spain. I hope you know that. And so Jamaica is wooing Spain, and we are focusing on plantation tourism. I want to make an appeal to the government and to the government. If we continue down this road of plantation tourism in a time when in America they're saying America first, in Germany the far right is rising, and we don't like those terms, but we use them for now, where everybody's getting more conservative, looking inwards. People are talking about nation building. Immigration is a pariah. People are locking their borders. Foreigners are not wanted. We see in the U.S. where even Native Americans, who are the original indigenous people of America, are being told that they must now walk with their birth certificates and their identification, because they are being rounded up and put in detention to be sent to we don't know where, because people are just being rounded up like that. People from Puerto Rico. So if you look different. And so this is a world that we're inhabiting. This is the space as it is right now. But yet Jamaica is focused on plantation tourism that includes giving away land, giving away indigenous land, giving away our beaches and our rivers. One of the sessions at the World Economic Forum last week was about water, and it was entitled "Water as One of the Main Resources Going into the Future." And they pressed and impressed upon people how important it was to protect your water sources. Here in Jamaica, they know what's coming. They know what they're talking about. Here in Jamaica, we are giving away our water sources. We're giving away our land. We're selling everything. Even the people have been sold. The Minister of Tourism in a speech recently referred to the Jamaican people as commodity. This is what you need to remember. This is where we are. It is servitude. It is servitude. They have named us and labeled us a country of Jamaica is a service industry. Serving who? That's prostitution. So we're losing the land, we're losing the waterway, we're losing the rivers. And at the same time, others are looking inward, protecting themselves, talking about water security, talking about food security. At what point do we say to ourselves, we have to protect ourselves, protect our land, and protect our water sources for ourselves and for our children and their children? So we've lost almost everything in terms of the coastline. It's all gone. It's almost all gone. But not enough of us care about this. I hear a lot of talk about Marcus Garvey being pardoned, and I see the hypocrisy in Parliament. I see people on both sides of the House getting up and talking about why this is such a good thing and what it means for Jamaica. But as we speak, the land that Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey's parents were and grandparents were enslaved on, that is a Roaring River property, that as we speak at this minute, if you go there now, there are bulldozers digging down the land because that land has been given to China, including the water source. And the government of Jamaica, and these hypocrites you see standing up in Parliament, talking about how great it is that the United States pardoned Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, have no consideration or thought for their own hypocrisy, the extent to which they have given away the land that has the blood, sweat, and tears of Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey's parents and grandparents. Marcus Garvey and his wife wrote about how he loved sitting by the Roaring River. This is where he wrote a lot of his poetry. This is where he spent most of his time. As a matter of fact, there is a school of thought that the house on Market Street is not necessarily where he was born. And we have to answer that question, that he was likely born on the Roaring River property. Hypocrites in Parliament are spending their time shifting the narrative, talking about how great it is that Marcus Garvey was pardoned, then wait. And how it is a process. And now there's going to be exoneration. And after that, there's going to be expungement. Go away with your foolishness. Who you think you're fooling? Donald Trump has said that everyone who was pardoned by Joe Biden are criminals. And this is the basket of undesirables that we have put Mawla Marcus Mosiah Garvey in. He didn't need to be pardoned. He didn't do anything wrong. We hold on to that. If you want to do something for Mawla Marcus Mosiah Garvey, if you want to really do something for him, halt the digging down of the property on which his parents were enslaved here in Jamaica. Halt the changing of the water course of the roaring river that you have given to China, that China has now the right, Jabem tells us, they have seen the document, the right to change the water course of the roaring river. Halt the cutting down of trees in the watershed area that Jamaica will suffer from here all the way back to Clarendon. We did those interviews. We have seen the research. We have seen the environmental research. We have seen the environmental impact studies. We know that once you do this, the people from here to Trelawney all the way back to Clarendon will be impacted, but you have given that river away. The same river that Marcus Garvey's wife wrote about, that he loved to sit by the roaring river and just to meditate and write his poetry. Who you think you're fooling? Who exactly you think you're fooling? This is no time for joke. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Jamaica, let us speak plainly. You are hypocrites and parasites. The president has made that call for a full audit of funding to Ukraine. That I'd like to see. There's also a call for the release of the Epstein documents. Well, I'd like to see it too. Okay. And lots of talk about the MLK and the JFK and all of those documents. All of those are really, this is part of the whole PSYOP. It's a smoke and mirrors. It's a game that they're playing. Look over this, look over this, look over this, but don't look at this right here. So basically we're saying, let's look at ourselves. Let's look at where we are. Let's look at how we go from here. We are on our own, reshaping the future of Africa and the Caribbean for our children. That is the job that we have. So even though we saw this pompous and spectacular inauguration ceremony, which ushered in the next phase of the Great Reset and the PSYOP, do not be carried away by this. If you're into numerology, then it's 9/11. 45th president, numerological 9, second, 47th president, 11, 9/11. You know how it is. These politicians who are wrapped up in bed with gangsters and dons and gunmen and killers, they don't have the moral authority to say anything to us. And unless we get to the point where we are not afraid to call them out, unless we get to the point where we say enough is enough, then we're going to continue to watch our country burn. This is where we are. The appeal that I was making was to this, I don't even know how we appeal. We need to appeal to ourselves, because sometimes we make these appeals to them, and it's such a conundrum, because why are we appealing to them when we don't know, say, who them be? So we need to appeal to ourselves to reject plantation tourism, to reject what Ed Bartlett and Delano Seavright and them are overseeing on this island. We need to reject it outright. There has to come a point, if we don't reject it, we are going to die. It's as simple as it is. Whether it is of starvation for food because we don't have no land for plant, or it be of thirst because we don't have no water sources. Either way, we're going to die. To be Dr. Ajamu, and we're just talking online, so I know that he's standing by. Not quite sure what happened, why we can't get through to him, but we're standing by for that. In the meantime, you know that people, there are a lot of stuff happening now, because people are talking about the end times, the end of the world, revelation, biblical this, prophecy that, and they're making some of it come true, because it has to fit a template, it has to fit what they wanted, it has to fit the design. And so in Texas, and this is pretty serious, in Texas, a North Texas neighborhood, a man was frightened, or people were frightened by a man wearing a satanic mask while he was carrying a sign depicting the apocalypse. And we understand that these are, okay, I'm going to come back to this story because I do think we have our next guest. But we understand that these people who were being harassed were actually a black family. We have that clip, and I'll take it to you later if we can, as so many around us try to make this thing happen. You know, you have the prophecy has to be fulfilled, so you have to move the people from Gaza, and you have to rebuild the third temple of Solomon, that kind of thing. So this is what's happening all around the world right now. Okay, we're back with you and online, Dr. Ajamu, my brother. We're going to be looking at things Jamaica right now. All the time. Very happy to have him online. Dr. Ajamu Nagwaya. He holds a PhD in adult education and community development from the University of Toronto. He's a former cultural and Rastafari studies lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona. He's currently a working member at Mukasa Farms, an eco-retreat in Westmoreland. He's editor of 3 anthologies with Adwa Nura and Anna Perkins. Rough Riding, Tanya Stevens and the Power of Music to Change Society with Kale Okuno, Jackson Rising. And one of the things that Brother Ajamu has said to us that resonates with us all the time, he says he's a class traitor, we love it, who responded to the call of our ancestors Amilcar Cabral and Walter Rodney for the revolutionary petty bourgeois elements to commit class suicide and become one with the working class. He's taught at the post-secondary level in Canada and Jamaica. He's on the line. He's a farmer. Greetings, my brother Ajamu.
Yeah, greetings, Sister Kabu. How are you doing?
I am well if you two are well.
Yeah, man, I'm all right. It's always nice to know up on the farm, you know. That's why I'm going to try and encourage the working class in Jamaica to go back to the land. Because there are benefits, health benefits, different types of benefits from our association with the land. We came here because of the land, but for the capitalist class. So it's great. And give thanks for bringing it on so we can reason on what going on in this country.
Yes. And I want to start right there because before we get pointedly into the meat of the matter, is to look at what's happening generally in Jamaica. One of the things that Kwame referenced earlier was, what do we do with the knowledge or the knowing that we have? Where do we go from here? And how do we look specifically at our own situation as a nation, as community, and as families? Your take, and I know you heard Kwame following up on that. Yes.
Yes. Well, fundamentally, it's all about organizing. Kwame Ture, or more popularly or widely known as Stokely Carmichael, told us that organization is a weapon of the oppressed. And it truly is a weapon of the oppressed, because we cannot resist oppressive conditions without being in organization. But when he talks about organization, he's also talking about a method of resistance. What we're mostly doing today is mobilizing, and it is a method of resistance. So we react to oppressive conditions or incidents that may take place, and then we sit back down. But organizing and mobilizing is not a good strategy to resist, because it's reactive and it's media driven. It becomes a media spectacle. For example, Black Lives Matter, they were mobilizing people. But not only is it problematic in terms of the reactive nature of the mobilizing method of resistance, but it's also elite driven. Is that it's very much dependent on leaders leading the people, as opposed to the organizing method of resistance. But in addition to that, when we mobilize, we don't really build the capacity of the people to control their own destiny. As I say, it's very much having the people as props and extras on the stage of history, as opposed to them being the main actors on the stage of history, forging their way forward. So the only option to me is the organizing method of resistance. And with organizing, it means that we must have organizations. One of the challenges that I find in Jamaica is how difficult it is to build organizations, sustainable organizations, and also to attract people to the idea that we must work 24/7 in organizations to move our struggle forward. That is why I find people are so attracted to cultural events. They will go and say, okay, Rebel Salute is the place, and they go on profile. They wear the African clothing and everything. But we say, let's get an organization so that we can 24/7 organize in working class communities. For example, in Jamaica, just show the limited number of organizations that we have. It's social worker and social services workers that are interfacing with oppressed people in working class communities, ghettos, you call them inner cities now. They are the ones doing it, but not we, the radicals and revolutionaries. We're not in organization, mobilizing people, mobilizing other resources, doing political education, but most importantly, organizing programs, projects, and building alternative institutions. So it all starts with that.
What do you think is the reason for this? Because I've heard you say this time and time again, that this is one of the issues, the problems with us here in Jamaica. Let me take a quick break, and we can look at what could be some of the reasons for that and how to break that apathy. Let me take the two brothers, Jawari and brother Heru, who, and it took such a long time to get the Mother Samar division of the UNIA off the ground here. And I know these two brothers working really hard behind the scenes, but even for them, it was such a struggle. What do you think is the reason for this?
No, it's a number of things. And I should say that the prejudice towards mobilizing method of resistance is global. The same thing happening in the United States, in Canada. It's easier. It's a spectacle. You go to a demonstration, you blow off steam, burning down Babylon, and you go back home and just enjoy your Netflix movies and other cultural products from the enemy. It's easier. Organizing is hard work. It's 24/7 work. We're already have to work in excessive amount of hours, those of us who have jobs. So we do not have enough, and we're raising children in a context where social programs have been cut by the capitalist class and the capitalist state. So we are making up when it comes to health care, when it comes to caring for the elderly, when it comes to, a range of other things that social programs will have stepped in and helped. No, we have to be digging into our pockets to finance works, finance services that really should be provided by the national government through social programs and social and income support programs. That is part of the neoliberal capitalist agenda to keep us so busy we have no time to engage in struggles. When we look at students and the shift away from strong, consistent student activism, it's because now they have to work. UE at one point used to receive 80% of its budget from the state. Now it's receiving 40%. It means that they have to increase tuition. So students can't take risks like going to jail because of activism, because they have siblings who are coming up behind them that they have to finance them. They have elderly parents they have to take care of. We do not have the time to engage in struggle. And those who do are usually burnout because they're doing more work than they should be doing. So it's a very complex thing, but it is still possible.
It's possible. And it's necessary to move to the next level, you're saying. I hear you. We have no option. One of the things, too, is that the system is weaponized against us for those who stick them head out. But, I'm going through my own particular situation now where they've weaponized the entire financial system against me. So I shudder to think how people, who stick them head out to organize, if you will, are being literally cut down. But there's another element, though, because there is international funding, and the funding industrial complex is a massive business. But we see where they're organized, where there seems to be people who are properly organized, that the funding is what drives that. And I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure because I've been in a lot of those spaces where that funding prevents you from really doing the work. It is all about posturing, writing a paper here and there, but never, ever going too hard out for change.
No, Sister, that's a very good point observation. Before I continue, let's go to the earlier thing about the targeting of activists. One of the things that we must realize that once you embrace the path of revolution or radicalism, it is going to create martyrs It's going to create political prisoners. It's going to create people who are physically and psychologically harmed by the oppressors. That's a given. When we sign up for radicalism, we actually sign our death warrant, our death certificate. So we're always with the walking dead when you embrace the path of revolutions. It's when they decide to execute the death warrant against us. So we're not thieves, we're not bullied, we're not afraid of that because we know what we sign up for. Many people, when they embrace activism, don't realize that you're likely to be killed or imprisoned or you're maligned or they impose economic sanctions and you see you can't even get jobs to take care of your social and economic responsibilities. But we still persist. We can look at even Hamas and Islamic Jihad and we see the exchange of captives going on. The people in Palestine are still resisting. Over 14 months of attack, savage, brutal attack on the Palestinian people, and they're still resisting. And people say Hamas and Islamic Jihad are saying victory. To survive one of the most sophisticated military infrastructure in terms of apartheid Israel, to survive 15 months of killing is in itself victory. And that's why they're proclaiming victory. So that is part of it. But part of the sustaining of social work or social services work or non-profit work is coming from the non-profit industrial complex where governments, foundations are financing social work, but it's not social work for revolution. It's social work to better our condition to accept the oppressive state that we're living in. So that is what we see going on. It's very deliberate. Those of us who are doing radical work, organizing the people for emancipation, we're doing it out of our own pockets. I remember being
let us talk. Sorry, go ahead.
And just being a part of a union where we have union dues to do the work. It was so different from doing community activism where if we go to the airport, we pay for our own gas, we dip into our pocket to bring a speaker in to speak. When you're in the union movement, you get mileage reimbursement. All of these things, I'm thinking, my gosh, they make activism so easy when we have the resources, but we can do it. We can do independent. The Garvey movement finance itself. Any serious liberation movement will generate its income from within its own ranks and from sympathetic supporters and allies and those things.
Yeah.
We can do it, but there's a way and we can reason about that.
I want to reason about the way, and before we get to the way, so you talk about, and the term you use now, it jumped out at me, organizing for emancipation, activism for emancipation. What does emancipation look like? What does that mean?
First of all, emancipation means that our emancipation project must focus on multi-oppression. We can't just focus on racial exploitation, racial oppression of African people. We must also look at capitalist economic exploitation of the African working class. Because we may be all Africans, but the petty bourgeois, the bourgeois element, of the capitalist class element among us are our enemies. They are committed to exploiting us. But what they may be concerned about is that non-African capitalists are outcompeting them, so they will use race to appeal to us and say, we're all one. It's like in the early record industry, and still is. When Africans are competing against Chinese and Syrian, Lebanese record producers, they're using race. Oh, let's do it for the brother man. But they were just as exploitative after reggae artists, the rocksteady artists, as Asian and Chinese capitalists, but they use race to say we're all in this together. And this has been used all over the world in terms of race, ethnic loyalty used to appeal to the working class, while the capitalist is competing against capitalists from another racialized or ethnic group. So this is nothing new. We also must be committed to fighting and ending patriarchy. There is no racial emancipation without also working against sexism. And same thing with ageism, same thing with oppression of queer people. We are not leaving anybody behind in our emancipation project. So when we talk about emancipation, we're talking about all of those who are oppressed. We'll come under the banner of freedom. So we can't, because as Martin Luther King said, that freedom is indivisible. You can't fight for a little piece of freedom here, but you're supporting oppression over there.
To what
It
extent?
must be total.
To what extent, with all the organizing and so on, can this be achieved without land ownership, owning land? To what extent is land tied to independence, to emancipation?
In the Jamaican context, it's a critical part of it, because even if we're taking our basic level, if we're going to build organization and we need headquarters or sites for work, we have to have land base for that. But in terms of economic development, we're going to need land on which to carry out economic development projects, whether it's industrial, agricultural, or service. It's a critical part of that. And that is why when we're talking about reparatory justice in Jamaica, we must look at the capitalist state, the neo-colonial dependent capitalist state that inherited power from British colonialism, and demand land reform in this country so we can get access to it. I'm someone living in a rural area, and when I look around, I see a great degree of land hunger among the people. You have small farmers going on virtually abandoned sugar estate, in terms of abandoned from producing cane. And on the margin, they're planting cash crops on it. Not fruit trees, another thing, something where they chase you off the land, you can leave and go away. I see people living in almost tenement type settlement. It may be family land, an acre and a half, and you probably have 60 people living. Everybody come and build a little room. So there's land hunger for housing construction. There's land hunger for economic development among the working class, or the laboring class, the sufferers in this country. So we must demand land reform, accessing land by the sufferers under the reparative justice platform. The reason why we're not seeing it is because the petty bourgeois people on the reparations commission, they're urban based. They're not seeing the need for land reform. Remember, in the 1938 labor rebellion in Jamaica, it started May the 2nd and went into early June. The rural workers held out longer than the urban-based, Kingston-based strikers because they wanted land. They weren't satisfied with us having better wages. They wanted land. Land has been a long-standing issue among us. When we were emancipated, or won our emancipation in 1838, we organized with the Baptist Church to buy land because we saw that as important. But not only that, we went up into the interior, in the mountainous area, and captured government land, crown land they call it, to build communities. Land is very, very crucial, and we need it now. One of the interesting things that's going on, even though I'm saying that we need land, the government of Jamaica is committed, and for rational, good reasons, to concentrate in the Jamaican population in urban centers, because when we're scattered all over, it's more expensive for government to deliver social services, social programs to the people because we're all over the place. If you concentrate us, you can deliver healthcare, you can deliver transportation much cheaper than when we're scattered all over the place. So I see the rational basis for that. But at the same time, if we're committed to food security, we must commit ourselves to building rural communities where people can live. And if we build intentional communities, 30, 40 of us could move into a rural community and start to build, and that can attract people into the rural area. So in some ways, we cannot have concentrated population, but it's in the rural area, not in those rural towns, but out to where people say the deep bush, or even up in the mountains, like what we see happen among the Bubble Dreads in Bull Bay, or we see with the School of Vision on the Blue Mountains, where we retreat. So land is very important, and we must demand from these reparation advocates, same claiming that they represent the sufferers, that they push land reform, because the government of Jamaica is the largest landowner in Jamaica. They can effect land reform. But when they do land reform, we don't want them to reinforce the capitalist idea of private ownership. We want them to go back to the African idea that land belongs to the future generation. We can't own it. We have a right of use.
Communal land.
If I need to use it for 45 years, the community is okay, I have it. When I don't need it, then it goes back to the community. If my child needs it.
Hold a sec for me. Sorry to interrupt. Hold a sec.
No problem.
You didn't know that Jamaica's unemployment rate is at its lowest ever? Yes, so more Jamaica.
We're slated to speak with our sister, Jackie Frank. She's in the UK. We're trying to get her. We're not able to get her online, but we're still trying because there is a breaking news regarding that. But as you talk about land owned communally, this was a situation in Barbuda until the elections until the Irma, the hurricane. In 2017, and we see what Gaston Brown and them from Antigua has done to these people on Barbuda. So that there has to be, even when the laws are in place, we see in Antigua, they went on the books and they changed the laws to give the land to the capitalists. So we see them building an airport and all of that in Barbuda. Now, you said earlier, you talk about food security, and I want to throw in water security. How important are those, and how do we begin to achieve those? Obviously, not without land, but all things taken as you just outlined. How do we achieve this?
Food security is national security. We remember in 1970 when American imperialism, in reaction to Jamaica supporting Cuban troops going to Angola to check aggressive South African apartheid, they punished Jamaica. They almost starved us to the point where we start to marry food. You want a pound of flour, you have to buy a roll of toilet paper. You don't want a toilet paper. Worst come to worst, you can use some paper. But you have to buy a non-essential thing with the scarce thing. It was deliberate. The local capitalists also had food in warehouse where they were holding on to it because they wanted to blame the so-called socialist administration of Michael Mann for starving the people. They weaponized food. In Venezuela, in its conflict with American imperialism, they started to put the screw into Venezuela by halting food going to Venezuela, knowing that they can punish people. Many Venezuelans had to run out of the country because they couldn't get food. Food is a weapon. So when I advocate for food self-sufficiency, which means that essentially you provide most of the food and that you eat. But for me as a Caribbeanist, I look at food security in a regional context. So because some territories may not be able to produce all the food that they want, but their brothers and sister territories can do it, and we work together in providing our needs. So food security is very, very important. It's a political thing, and never again should, where we are, truly put ourselves in a position where American imperialism or any imperialist power can put pressure on us because through the food weapon. Water is very critical. We don't have a water problem in Jamaica. We have a water management, a water utilization problem. How we use water, how we store it.
Yes.
We get too much rain in this country for us to have a water problem. So what we have to start to do, we have to engage in rainwater harvesting. We have to rethink how we use water.
Yes.
Why do we use water to flush away urine and feces when we can harvest the urine and use it as fertilizer in our agricultural program all across this country? I don't waste my urine. I save it and I use it on the farm. Why are we washing away feces when we can capture our feces, recycle it, and use it on our fruit trees as fertilizer? So there, we're cutting out a large wastage of water, but also the water coming from the heavens. We should be trapping it in ponds, in tanks, and so that during the dry season, we have water. But remember when Columbus came here, they saw Jamaica as the land of wood and water. We have to plant more trees. We have to plant millions of trees across this country and across the region. It has to be a regional strategy so that the Caribbean itself becomes like an eco climate where we can start to generate more rainfall across the Caribbean region. And not just the Caribbean region, but we'll start to do it in Latin America, or Central America, and South America, so that we can have steady rainfall. And then it's a global initiative in terms of trees. So we need water because right now we're having a water crisis across the country, even just in my neck of the woods, that we're saying, damn, are we going to get rain ever? It's like,
it's getting more critical because one of the things, not quite sure what's happening where you are, Brother Ajam, but where we are on this side of the world, most of the rivers that we had access to have been privatized. The water holes, the water sources, the rivers. And now there is a massive situation. As I speak to you right now, the Roaring River is the course of the Roaring River is being changed because the government has given all those watershed area to China, and the dump up truck and the bulldozers are there right now. People who are passing there will be seeing this right now. So this is where we are. So on the one hand, the water management, as you said, is poor. We have so much rainfall, but we're not storing the water. But another thing is that we have now given away a lot of the watershed areas. We're building hotels there, and also the water sources. How does that, and how do you think this will blow back on any conversation that we're going to be having about food security? Because without water, there really isn't anything.
No, it's negative consequences for their approach to how they're using water, selling off, privatizing the commons in terms of accessing water resource. Earlier in the program, you critiqued plantation tourism. I firebomb that. I can't call that sea, sand, and sex tourism that is mostly concentrated in the coastal area. That is destroying the very attraction, the beaches, the environment that attract people to Jamaica. We're destroying it through the plantation tourism that we're engaged in. Tourism is an intense, heavy user of water, wasteful. So when we're talking about expanding tourism, and that's what I mean, even in Western Jamaica last year when they had the water crisis, it's because they didn't plan for the expansion of tourism, and and it's affecting sufferers because last year it was about 7 months. There's no water in the pipes. I was shocked because I'm dependent on harvesting rainwater, like I'm off the grid. I had no idea that people in the community didn't have water because I'm up in the mountain and we're using water from the heavens, And I'm like, this makes no sense for people to be buying water. So all along these rural roads, you see trucks going and they're just milking the spring in our community. But and trucks were lined up trying to get water to bring to the hotel. So the model of tourism is a problem. And if we're talking about tourism, we have to embrace ecotourism that bring people into the interior, them experience life. It's not about sea, sand, sex, and sun. It's about enjoying and experience the flowers and the people, the animals that are here. They live in normal lives as tourists. So I know when tourists come, they're escaping the brutal nature of capitalist life in the centers of imperialism in North America and in Europe. So when they come here, they don't want to be preoccupied with troubles, but those are not the tourists we want. We want tourists who are willing to come to learn about the country and to enjoy the country, not just the beaches. You have to be a pathetic soul to leave your country and go to another country just to enjoy the beach. That's pathetic. That shows you how alienated and oppressed you are. Because I'm near Negril, and in the 3 years I've been in this area, I've only been to the beach once. It's only under pressure. Come on, it's like, look, I have to go on the beach. And I say, okay, I'm not a ponder. Come on, somebody even want to run the tourists them. Because they to go there and that. Somebody make a concession. Like, I have to make a concession.
Yes.
And I went there. But I'd rather go to the spring or to the river in a community and just go and take a bath. I just enjoy it. I just sit on the side of the spring. And enjoy it. So we have to. So that is a problem in terms of the development.
How do we reclaim these spaces? Because I know Jabem is doing a wonderful job taking it through the courts. Kudos to the lawyer Marcus Gov. Kudos to the leadership Devon Taylor and the team of taking the next step, organizing, because this is what they've done, and have ensured paying their way through the courts to take the government, challenging the neo-colonial laws. But at the same time, even while this is ongoing, we are losing the spaces just the same. We're losing the land, we're losing the rivers, we're losing the oceans. So then how do we reclaim this? How do we begin to reclaim the land, reclaim the rivers? Mass resistance.
Because, I have a problem with legal strategies of resistance that's solely dependent on legal strategies. So in that way, we marginalize the people. The people are not actively out in the street making the country ungovernable. The only time, the most effective way to win concessions from the ruling class is when we have mass mobilizing and organizing of people and we're out in the street to make the place ungovernable. Then they make concessions. But as we go back home, we demobilize, then they start to claw back all the benefits. This is a proven strategy of the oppressors. The civil rights movement in the United States, the Black Power movement, is not through courts that they won the advances, is through the mass mobilizing and organizing of people that make
What
it
is?
possible.
What do you
And that
think is
why-
missing? What do you think is missing? Because I know this is something, the mass resistance is something that we've been leading for a very long while. Jabem has also come in and is asking for this. So we're very happy to see this element, the court element, because it seems as if it's one or the other won't work. It needs both. But what I find is that there's apathy, that there's not enough interest among the people of Jamaica. So what do you think is responsible for the apathy, and how do we break through? It seems really difficult breaking through to Jamaican people en masse to say, well, even a critical mass, to say,
Right.
listen, this is important, this is as an existential crisis. What is the reason for this apathy?
No, it's a number of issues going on. One of the things that we find across in North America, across the world, and we're talking about trying to organize the oppressed, communities with low levels of formal education have low levels of voluntary involvement. That's just how it is. And we can look in Jamaica, you look at Beverly Hills, they have their residents association, they're organized. Then you go into a working class community and we have no residents association to organize the collective voice of the people.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just what it is. Also, when we create working class children go off to the university, they don't go back into working class communities, and also there are problems with that, because I know some of my former students that you would say, yeah, we'd like to stay in the ghetto. But then you have people who want to tax us, that literally have to pay tax to the criminalized lumpen elements because we have an income. And also sometimes there's a behavior within our communities, the contention, the conflict, people trying to, because for me, I make a choice as a revolutionary to live in working class community. But more time you have to pick up all your weapon and confront a woman beside them.
You know, somebody tell us I must have said that thing upon the radio.
And the talk of one on the way, like so you know, come from the ghetto, you have to say no.
This sound like when you're going to Cape.
But we don't want to live like that, because it means that you could get hurt or you could hurt the person, you have to defend in court.
Well, this sound like when you go KPH. But this sound like when you go KPH, you have to go on bad and make everybody know. So listen, you have to go on bad. I understand the point. Black, goodness gracious. I hope I dumped that. Okay, so I hope that was dumped. I did press the button. Brother Ajamo, listen now. I'm taking 15 minutes away from you only because there's this breaking news situation happening in Barbuda, and we finally gotten to the sister. She's in England, and I want to join her online. So taking 15 minutes away from you, but I give you a minute to wrap.
Yes, we one of the things we have to do is create organizations where we are. We have to have place-based organizing. So you can't have an organization and people from all over Kingston come at a community center or one place and we meet. Where we live is where we must build organizations, and then we can create federations of organizations to do larger projects that extend beyond just one community. It's critical, and we have to attend to the practical needs of the people. So if the issue is food security, we start to organize around that. If the issue is housing, we start to organize, but also keep people's attention on the larger factors behind the lack of access to housing, the lack of access to decent jobs. That is essential. It has to be practical. It can't just be we're meeting and we're just talking about ideas, but we also, in a very Amilcar Cabral way, look at the material needs of the people as we organize them. Otherwise, we're going to lose the people. But we have to find a way to attract the petty bourgeois elements, the educated elements into the struggle. Progressive people realize that we have to commit ourselves to working class organizing in communities of the oppressed in order to move this thing forward. Because in a modern period, the radical petty bourgeois elements are critical to social revolution. They are usually the catalysts. They are in the leadership of social revolutions and national liberation struggles. So when we talk about the Morris Bishop or Bernard Core, or even Michael Manley as a reformist petty bourgeois, they are critical in articulating the ideas. And so important that even in the Communist Manifesto by Frederick Engels and Karl Marx, they saw a section of the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class, coming over to the working class struggle to lead the communist revolution to do theoretical work among the oppressed. And we still need that type of skill from the radical petty bourgeois middle class element.
Thank you, brother.
They have abandoned.
So, but we're going to pick up. I want to pick up back with you right where we're leaving here. It off here is, that idea of who needs to be part of this revolutionary process. And you talk about the abandonment. Thank you so much, my brother, as usual. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right, Brother Ajamu, Dr. Ajamu Nangwa, to Sister Jacqueline Frank, who will give us some update on what's happening in Barbuda. We're just talking about land ownership, access to land here in Jamaica, and the extent to which we are deprived of access to land. One of the issues raised by our brother Ajamu just now is to seize crown lands. I do agree with that. And another thing he said was the extent to which we need to change the way we engage with land in Jamaica in terms of making land communal as opposed to how we're dealing with it now. Sister Jacqueline can give us some update as to what's happening in Barbuda, because they have been through that and still facing some of the difficulties. Sister Jacqueline, the headlines in Barbuda yesterday, armed officers deployed at Cattle Hill land clearing site in Barbuda. The heavily armed law enforcement officers have been stationed around Cattle Hill, Louis Hill, where the government is clearing land for new development. The move has heightened tensions between the central government and the Barbuda Council over land rights and governance. I want you to help us to understand. I know you're an educator, you're an activist, you're a former head of the organization that led the protest against the disaster capitalism in Barbuda. Give us a historical context of why we are where we are now, with government literally hijacking the land away from the people of Barbuda.
Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. My name's Jacqueline Frank, and I'm a born Barbudan, raised in the UK, and then I returned home once I'd retired. Now, this struggle with the government and the land system in Barbuda, I remember it from being a little girl, and I'm in my 60s. And my dad was one of the first early activists. There were others who were early activists. And this struggle has continued ever since the British decided that they were going to no longer be responsible for Barbuda, but force us to be annexed with Antigua. Now, at the time, the Barbudans, and even now, the Barbudans did not want to go into joint partnerships with the Antiguans. They protested it. They went to London and met with parliamentarians in London and said they did not want it. Mm-hmm. They did not sign the documentation. They fought against it completely. And in a big part, it's because of the land situation. Yes. In Barbuda, the lands are communal. So it's 62 square miles, and every Barbudan owns every piece of that 62 square miles. And some politicians in Antigua do not understand this. And the way that Barbudans lived in the past, the land provided everything for them. It provided shelter, it provided food, whether it was vegetation or meat or seafood. It provided water, even medicine. Mm-hmm. The land is a big part of Barbudans' lives. It always has been. And historically, the Barbudans were slaves on the island, owned by Sir Christopher Codrington. Now, Christopher Codrington had to pay a pittance for the island. But when he left the island and left the natives on there, left the Barbudans. Nobody looked for the Barbudans at all for the longest while. When emancipation came, Barbuda didn't know, because nobody communicated with them. So they lived on the land, they lived with the land. And then eventually they were scooped up by the British, by the Antiguans, and they said, look, this is your responsibility. But up until when independence came now, in the early 80s, the Barbudans said to the British, like I said, that we do not want to go with the Antiguans. It was classed, and it is classed as an abusive relationship. If they were husband and wife, the woman would believe in getting a divorce because it is an abusive relationship. And more recently, what has happened is when we had the hurricane in 2017, as we were still confused. People did not want to leave. People were forced to leave under gunpoint, and they were told it was for their best interest to go and stay in Antigua. You can't live on Barbuda's uninhabitable. That wasn't true, but people were traumatized.
And Jamaicans will sorry to interrupt, but Jamaicans will remember that hurricane because we remember, we saw how devastating that was, where the entire island was literally underwater and there was so much destruction. And Jamaicans, there was no conscious understanding of what the process was like, apart from people were happy that, okay, so Antigua was going to intervene, Barbudans would be going to Antigua, but you're saying this is where the problems started.
That's true. That's where the problem started. People were under the impression they'd only be off the island for a week. We were literally kept off for a month. You could not go back to the island unless you had an armed escort. You could not go back to the island unless you were given permission, and you got 4 hours. You had to do what you had to do to your home and get back to the boat by 2:00 in the afternoon. Otherwise, the police would come for you with their guns. You were not allowed to stay on the island. We couldn't salvage anything. Lots of furniture, lots of clothes that could have been salvaged. We were not able to salvage them.
So traumatized many times over, first by the hurricane and then by this vicious system unleashed on the people by Antigua.
But the thing that we could not understand, we found out that the government had enabled and allowed developers to move heavy machinery and workers onto the island that we were told was uninhabitable. But they'd moved workers on to start work on building an international airport, an airport that is unnecessary in Barbuda. And it was all for developers. And that is what part of this issue is today with the standoff yesterday. Because on the island, there are several areas that have been given away by the government without the consent and or permission of Barbudans, because we're a society who are used to coming together in a village meeting to decide on projects. And then we give the feedback to the council, who then take it to the government, which is very, very democratic. But the government don't want to work like that. They want their way. And yesterday was the government flexing their muscles, saying, we're going to do this our way. Because there's meant to be a housing project built there.
Who are the developers?
With money.
Who's building there?
There are several developers. The first organisation is called Peace, Love and Happiness.
Oh, goodness.
And it's Peace, Love and Happiness. A gentleman, billionaire called John Paul Gijoria from America is involved with that.
So this is very Orwellian, isn't it? This is the Ministry of Love again. From 1984.
Yes, and then there's another organisation called Discovery Land Company. And if you research Discovery Land Company, what is happening in Barbuda is happening all over the globe. They look for places that are small and possibly deemed in trouble and beautiful, and they try and take over. I don't know if you remember the Hawaiian fires that were, and people had to go in the sea to escape the fire. They've already been there and trying to take those people's land. They are all over the world. And what they want to do is build private enclaves with multi-million-pound houses inside and golf courses. That's all they want to do. And if they're able, they will privatize the beaches so locals cannot go on the beaches like some of the beaches in Jamaica. They are trying to do that
Yeah,
too.
this is critical. So how laws had to be changed along the way, because obviously the land was communal, the land was owned by the people. So Antigua would have gone in and changed literally, whether by executive order, like we see in the US, but unilaterally change those laws to make this possible, what they're doing possible.
The government amended laws to make it possible for them to do what they can do. But we are challenging the group that I'm with, the Barbuda Land Rights and Resources Committee, with the help of lawyers, are challenging the things that they've done because we class them as unconstitutional, the way that they were done. So there are several cases in the courts regarding land for Barbuda, but that has not stopped. It hasn't stopped the government from pushing ahead and doing what they feel they want to do.
All right,
from making laws.
Sister Jackie, sorry to interrupt you. I had, I think it's a year and a half ago, or maybe a year, last year, I had a discussion with somebody who I know you work with about this very same issue, John Mussington, and they were laying out to me, and as a marine biologist, what's on the island, why it's important, apart from everything else that we're talking about, the denial of access, the theft of land, how the laws have been weaponized and amended and weaponized, but that there's also a marine interest in terms of the birds and the indigenous animals and that the flora and fauna of Barbuda, that environmentally, not even that is being taken into consideration in this thrust for this capitalism 2.0 that's and disaster capitalism that's happening there on Barbuda. But I got the impression as I spoke with him then that there were gains being made and the fight was on. I know your name was mentioned in that interview, that the fight was literally on, and it looked as if people were optimistic to some extent. Are we hearing now that even more now than ever, the fight for land in Barbuda is the struggle is real?
Yeah, the struggle continues. I was talking with a reporter from the US and explaining our situation. And sometimes it feels like you're hanging on by your fingernails, despite all the legal assistance that we have. But what she reminded me of was that you've been doing this since 2017 and they haven't got the land yet. So you're doing something right.
Yes.
So keep doing what you're doing, which involves using the legal people who want to work with us and in keeping the people of Barbuda and those in the diaspora informed, and then learning how to fight this way. It's a different kind of fight. So you have to be smart. You have to be on the ball and have the information. You have to do a lot of research, and you have to make connections like connecting with you today, because somewhere along the line, people will support you and you'll be able to take advantage of that support. So
what do you want the people of Jamaica? What do you want the people of Jamaica who are listening in the diaspora, and we're broadcasting all over the world globally actually at the minute, what do you want people listening to know about the situation currently in Barbuda?
I want the people to know that Barbudans are fighting how they know how to fight. We're using the law and we're using our presence and we're using social media. So please keep your eyes and ears open for any reports that come out of Barbuda, because that will help to keep you informed. If you're willing to donate to the cost of our fights, there is a GoFundMe page. You'd have to go Google GoFundMe and Barbuda, and it's being led by Global Legal Action Network. They're our first legal support that we ever got that helped us to win the airport case. And I also want people to know that Mr. Mussington and I won our case at the Privy Council, And the government had told us to sit down and shut up because you don't have no say in Barbuda. The court said that we do have a say. And because the court said that we do have a say, it means the region has a say. Every island in the Caribbean who has signed up to the Escazú Agreement, you have a say. Legally, you're entitled to justice. Legally, you're entitled to information. Legally, you're entitled to have your voice heard whenever projects are coming to your land. If you're do not have the Escazú yet, push for it. Get the communities together and push for the Escazú Agreement. Nobody can come and take your land. Nobody can come and take your beach and tell you where to go and how to live your life. Fight and fight hard.
And what is this agreement?
The Escazú Agreement is an agreement signed on by several of the islands of the Caribbean and other countries. And it states that anybody who lives in that particular country, island, has the right to information about what the government and powers that be are planning to do to their island, with particular reference to the environment, and you're entitled to a healthy environment, a clean environment. So if developments come along that endanger you or endanger the land that you live on, you're entitled to be consulted about it. Legally, you have the right to be consulted. You have the right to ask questions and expect answers, and you have the right to have your opinions listened to. It's supposed to help move governments and people closer together so that they can plan for the country, plan for the island in a more positive way so everybody wins and not just the developer.
What support, assistance, if any, has come or is coming from CARICOM?
As yet, I'm not experienced any support or assistance from CARICOM directly.
That's a very diplomatic answer. You haven't experienced. To speak now with my beloved sister, Sister Yaya Marin Coleman, community organizer and grassroots journalist with Belize's only African radicalized as Black media house in the region. She worked with Amandala newspaper for 55 years, Creme Radio 35 years, United Black Association for Development Educational Foundation, UEF, for 28 years, and 21 years at TV, radio and television personality, African-centered grassroots activist. Our sister is on the line from Belize. Sister Yaya, thank you so much for joining us on the Africa Forum this morning.
Greetings, Sister Cabo. Greetings, listeners. Big respect, lot of love from Belize. I don't work at a place so long. I was just sharing the backstory of the media house. But I've been there going on 19 years now.
Yes. Oh, 19 years. Okay, brilliant. Yes. Once again, congratulations on the work that you're doing. We know of your work. We've heard of your work. And the grassroots activism is real. I want to talk to you this morning about the new information coming out of Belize, and that has to do with the banknotes and the fact that the monarchy is being removed from the banknotes. But that's interesting, Sister Yaya, because you'd have thought that the monarchical representation on Belizean banknotes would have been of roundabout independence. What happened?
Sister, listen to me. The reception in Belize on that change has been mixed. Because they're not like this administration, which is the People's United Party, and it was under this administration that Belize gets so-called political independence. They never like that. They want for their mandate when they made a campaign, and this is something what Belizean people say. This is what we want. As usual, then do what they want to do, and then that's just how it is. So, and then because one lot of Belizean people genuinely don't have the knowledge, because one of the hallmarks of colonialism, that a church-state school system. So you hear a number of people say that the money won't get the value because they change the name, the face on the currency, which is not true, but that just because they're not having the knowledge. So there was no, as usual, when the state make their big decisions, there's no awareness campaign to make the people knowledgeable about whatever the issue is. If they're changing the face on the currency, it's about signing we for unborn children in debt for the blue bond, for the debt for nature swap. Whatever it is, and this is not unique to Belize. This is a part of neo-colonialism.
Yes.
So for a number of people, you know, they may kind of off guard, like this don't happen already. I'm here, I want talking about it. And then my question is usually, where was, okay, I don't fail already for have one active, meaningful awareness campaign. What part of people had input? Who said that who we want on the bills then? Like, then just to do what they want as usual. And
so there was no consultation. And so there's a there's mixed reaction. And I heard you saying that there's also a concern that putting Belizean, and because who are they putting on the currency? Is it Belizeans now, national heroes, right?
The two national heroes where they put for everything. And I'm not to say that the two people, they're not doing a lot for the country. But again, you have to be careful about who to tell your stories.
Yes.
Because trust and believe, North sister do a lot for this country. And this country never, for we historical story, never start in the 1950s with the People's United Party. So who decide? And this is the thing when we don't know for we own story, and the organization I represent, UEF, for we focus the African descendants racialized as Black people at home and in the diaspora for liberation. So the work what we do benefit Belizeans, but for we interest the Black people. So I just say, one time we don't know for we own stories, genuinely don't know a story, then people in power change the narrative to whatever they want. So okay, so then time for look upon them brothers like from the 1950s. But Belize had a story before the 1950s. So that one real in 1780, there's documented evidence that when African descendants racialized as Black people bring here as chattel enslaved property. So who decided that? And that's one serious issue for me. Secondly, again, there's not a woman. The African worldview, there's usually a partner, a man and a woman. That's the African worldview. Not that. So we have an international airport, and I know named after brother Philip Gosen. We have one what they call one highway that really a road. They call it the Philip Gosen Highway. They have another road what they call the George Price Highway. They have one bus of each man at the entrance of each highway. Just last, I think it was last year, they put one big statue at George Price because he made a political leader when Belize coming at independence. So for about 23 years, from 1961 to 1984, and then from 1989 to 1993, 20 plus years, he made the head of state, not under the People's United Party government. And so my read, these are my 2 cents, that this administration really do everything enough for them power to really glorify George Price. And one of the things I have one issue with, and you know what do it says, you know you go to somebody's funeral, you hear them talk about the person, and you will know the person, and you the one that the same person they talk about. Because all I hear are the good thing, and I just say, all I would do dirty things, sister, even in a leadership. And when we just tell the truth about people's lives, that will inspire people, because you see yourself in a day. But when the singular narrative, like they don't do nothing wrong, and trust me, then do. Because I have one issue with people not participating in processes where
that's it.
Lives.
Yeah, because this is what we didn't know. The information you're getting, and thank you for alerting me to this, is, okay, so you're focusing on, okay, so this is happening now, and you're looking more at independence, and you're saying, okay, national heroes. But the point you're making, there was no consultation. The people that they've put on the banknotes, people would have had other suggestions. And I also hear you saying that there was a need for a female, so they were just males. They're using just males.
Yes, the two males. The two males are George Price, who, like I said earlier, that made the head of government for a period of time under the People's United Party. And the other person would be Brother Philip Stanley Wilberforce Golson. He's a newspaper editor, activist, and politician. Now, when you look on the two men, Brother Golson identifiably as a black man. When you look on George Price, you can't tell because he's a mixture of African descendant and indigenous, what they call mestizo. So one of my first thing, and somebody will know me say, I know you may. I said, yeah. George Price would be on the $20, $100, and $5 note. Philip Golson upon the $50, $10, and $2 note. So I said, so why the black man upon the note will have less value? That's the first thing I say.
No, but it's the same thing going on in Jamaica here, you know. We have the very same conversation about, you know, how Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey was treated in terms of the change in the banknotes recently. So we have this conversation here, and you know, you hear a whole lot of stories about why and so on. But our struggles are the same wherever we are in the region, and this is critical. What happens now then? Because is this a done deal? Do people have a right to reject this, to protest this, and you know, is it all in the bag?
It sounds like the one done deal, sister, because they said the rollout won't happen in June, and just had the launch on Thursday, January 23rd. I think number 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. They had the rollout. It was this past Thursday, January 23rd. They had the launching. And then in June, it going in a circulation. What they say, you know how they go, that they launched, they said I told them it did consult, but I don't know no Belizean what they consult. I never hear nobody talk about it. I don't know about it. And then this is the thing where could gall me sister. They like to about the word decolonization. Just lyrics, you know. Just lyrics. Because how you want to have the same monarch representative, the governor general, is the head of state. The prime minister are the head of government. And just to show how colonial they are, the organization I represent have an ongoing hair policy campaign for the Ministry of Education, change the hair policy for being more fair and representative of the people who live in the country. So one of the things, and today is the 145 of the Colin campaign and Wake Up Belize Morning Vibes talk show. Make a plug. Go to XTV Belize YouTube, XTV Belize Facebook for programming. But what is sure that over a 9-year period, right? You had 11 reported Belizean stories of hair discrimination in 6 districts, and Belize got 6 districts, 3 villages, 4 towns, and 1 city. That means when youth students go to school and they not follow the colonial rule, but how you have to wear your hair, 1, you have to wear it how they say. 2, you get denied education, which is a human rights violation. Angola changed their hair policy in 2022. Trinidad and Tobago changed their hair policy in 2023. Puerto Rico even gone further. They not only changed their hair policy for school, but then change it in a public service, employment, education, and housing. So you have so this is what they say. They like to about the word decolonization, but in areas where it really have one significant difference in people's lives. They're just lyrics, and I fool it up, but I don't fool it listen.
And look here, we literally can identify with everything you said. I expected you to say Jamaica tried to change theirs last year and it still don't change. This is basically where we are. They hear policy. They're still sending children home, especially those with African textured hair. They're still discriminating against Rastafari in our schools, young people with locks. So it is what it is, our struggle. And I was just speaking to Sister Jackie Frank, as you know, our struggle is one. So basically, we have work to do, you know, sis. We have work to do from the grassroots up. We have work to do as a Caribbean people. The CARICOM is out of this. The leaders are out of this. The politicians are out of this. They all belong to the synagogue of Satan. We have to do this with self. This is where we are. We are on our own.
The way they are gases. Listen to me. But this is a good thing, right?
Yes.
People would have said to me, because I'm known for protests, and they'd say, why the Ocha by yourself? I tell them African ancestresses and ancestors, the Ocha with me. One of my can't sit in, but then the Ocha. And I tell them this, will give me hope. if me up to the system and all my skin folk, all my kinfolk, for the one that was sell out and keep the sell out, if me up to their system, we know me and they are. But the fact that African descendants racialized as Black people still there on earth, that a majority people, that's a win. And when we in a communication with one another, like this that would happen right now, and UF is active in this process that right now we got to link that Trinity, we got to link that Guyana, we got to link that Jamaica, we got to link that Belize. And remember, all my skin folk and my kinfolk, I prefer work with people who got on record of being credible and genuinely work for meaningful change for people of African descent in particular. And so that's why I adamant when I don't usually give interviews, but especially when I talk in a Creole intentionally. You know why? My audience, that the people in the Caribbean, that's how we talk out the road. We not talk the oppressor language out the road. No enough we life or we grow as everyday people.
Yes, it is true.
So who I want to hear the message, they could understand me and I could understand them.
Tell us, and we love it. We love it. Tell us, and we can understand you right here, so in Jamaica. Tell us where we can find you. Thank you for coming on. We're totally out of time. How can we listen to your program? Where we can find you?
Yes, Christian. Thanks. On Sunday mornings, which is Central Standard Time from 10:30 to noon, I produce and host the only news review talk show in Belize. So you could go to YouTube and it's XTV Belize. You could go to Facebook, XTV Belize, and you could download either one of them two apps and make up the number out there because like one of my sisters say, I'm more Commander Patlika. My number is 501-671-8050. If I could help you, I want to help you. But I ask for the same thing for you. Come with clean heart, clean hand. Only the people want to save the people.
Give thanks, my sister. Well said. Really appreciate of you coming on every time. We're going to keep this up because this is the kind of connection that we're making in the Caribbean. And we know the struggle continues, but once we're united, we can overcome. Thank you so much.
Solidarity forever.
Sister. There you go. Thank you so much, Sister Yaya. Every time. All right. 3 minutes now. 2 minutes going up to 10 o'clock at the Big A's in the house. Lots happening because we're heading now into Black History Month and Reggae Month. It was always going to be a clash. And here we are. I know, Big A, it's easy to say, where you're there. It's easy to say reggae is Black history. I move with it, but no. Reggae is Black history, but goodness gracious. This Chuckleberry we know.
Chuckleberry we know.
Yeah. Who buy one? We are talking about Dr. Devon Taylor is on the line. Dr. Devon Taylor, we hear you. Who buy one?
No, you have to use the revolutionary name, you know?
Yeah, man. Chuckleberry, man. A long time we know Chuckleberry.
Yes,
I could fix the thing properly.
Yeah.
All right. So there is, let me just contextualize this because beach activism and the push for to save the coastline of Jamaica and to rescue ourselves from being entrapped in this landlocked situation that the government of Jamaica, it don't matter who is in power, have been forcing us into. We're losing the war. I don't even know if we might be. It seems as if we're winning battles, but we win the battle for a minute, and then we have to go back and fight the same battle again. So we're losing the fight, we're losing the war, we're losing the battle. It is what it is. But a luta continua, a vittoria is certain. Victory is certain. Jabem is doing a critical work in the process in terms of taking this matter through the legal system. Now, you would have seen the viral video of our brother on the beach who attempted to access the ocean, the water, the ocean, but was denied or was prevented from doing so. And, you know, I saw that and I looked at it and I didn't even know it was you, you know, Chuckleberry in the background there.
Yeah.
I kept listening to it and I said to myself, but this is what we should be doing. This is what we are to do. Just the way you handled yourself, just the way you spoke to the security guard. Now, most of Jamaica would have seen this. So before I go to Dr. Taylor, tell us what happened before. And we've seen the video. A lot of us have seen the video, but, you know, so give us the lead up to what led to that interaction between yourself and the security guard, and then also what happened afterwards.
No, my wife was up on the beach and say,
all right, pull the phone closer to your DJ, Chuckleberry.
okay, sorry about that.
Yes.
So my wife just up on the beach and chill, and like a regular day, we just say we go chill. But I kind of understand what the sun is and what nature is to me, because we connected to nature. So most of us go up on the beach and go with our local vibes, like we go swim, because we went into the public beach in Awochi. Pay $200 going and lie down on the beach. So she said to me, let's go for a walk. You know what I mean? We go for a local nature walk. So I walk down the beach. Me tell her, I say, you know, I need to have my phone still, because I don't just leaving my phone on the beach. So I never intentionally carry it for video him, because we never know what the future will bring.
Right.
So we just walk down on the beach, like a normal day. Them say this virgin run out. Like general, them look at dog, they run out in a yard from people. We call them again?
We're not going to style nobody, stop it.
Sorry, no, I never said. All right, yeah. So,
but I understand that this person just ran up onto you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Virgin, like, what I go on? The man has to go on bad and very when I tell me a bag of things. You can't walk on the beach. And so I say, bro, but I'm up at your property, bro. I'm just walking in the water. Man, I say, I can't do it. As I said the video. So the rest of the people in front of the beach, I said, no, you can't tell the man that. Don't stop Chuckleberry. Go on where you go. I said, no, but I really want to have a talk with him still. Like, me, you should have a conversation. If you watch the video, you see.
I heard that. I heard how respectful you were. I heard that you wanted to say something to him, to make a point so that he would understand. So what happened?
Him just started telling me, say, yo, you can't go up on this, you can't. I said, no, bro, because based off of me grew up on the beach and everything, that me as a Jamaican, I say, me in a Jamaica, I travel the world and them a fight me out, I'm come to my yard and I get fight, seeing way, like, it's still a way. So I try for reason, because I try to educate him, because I kind of see him ignorant to what really I go on. As a man that look like me never try to get aggressive with him as I watch the video.
Yes.
Like patiently I say, Bridget, I try to reason the video. Come and find out, say, him do not know these things.
Yes.
And
we want to make something very clear. This is not about the security guard, because the security guard, as you said to him, was doing his job.
Yeah.
A job that he was told to do, but you wanted to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, because it's more than one time the security approach me. I mean, to find out, say, them just get a job, but within the job, them don't know the regulation.
Yes.
They don't know what to do. Them just put them on the job and say, yo, if you see nobody a pass, stop them.
Yes.
So,
and if they don't, they lose their jobs. This is basically what it is, you know.
Yeah.
If they don't do what they're told regarding preventing Jamaicans from walking in the water on these so-called private property, these resorts, then they lose their jobs. This is basically what it is. So what did you manage to have a conversation with him at all?
Is when him realize who me is and other people start bash him. Then I kind of see him get calmed down, because the next brethren I work with him come down and start telling him, say, no, bro, the people them are walking in the water. You're not supposed to stop people from walking in the water. Then the brethren start to educate him. That's when him calm down. When him find out that everybody now start come at him and start bash him. And
so
you're
walking in the water.
In the water.
No. So you obviously, because I know you're a beach activist. You're an activist for access to the beach. I know that.
I'm born on the beach.
Yes.
Me born come see all of my people, my beach people.
So you are conscious of the fact and privy to the laws.
Yes.
That you have a right to walk in the water.
To walk in the water, or up to where the water.
The so-called foreshore.
Yeah. So me just do that nice and I got you and this brethren just come disturb my peace. I'm still calm and I try to deal him, because I just find out, say, him are just the messenger, or him are just a man where them put on the front for just do them something, but him ignorant to the whole knowledge of the beach.
So anything else happened after that?
No, we just walk after the video. We just walk on the beach here, man. Even the tourists might try to interact with we, obviously, I find out because I've been going to beach all the time, even when I'm black with them still. But the people them that come here, they want to interact with the indigenous people.
Yes.
And this is what they're blocked from.
Right.
They want to talk to we. Come travel early and see me. They want to know what go on.
Yes,
Can then lock them in a one cage and I tell them, say, Jamaica is high violent and a lot of violence in Jamaica. So they should not interact with the natives.
So,
that's what the people want to do.
So if it wasn't Chuckleberry, it would have been a whole different situation.
It would have been a whole situation because a lot of people come and when him realize who me is, because even I think I'm supervisor, I don't know the guy, but he know me. Start telling him who me is.
So it's still a matter of, who know who. Dr. Taylor, because you've been looking at this, I know Jabem, representing Jabem, founder and director of Jabem, the activism turn up. Literally, there's a serious activism on the ground here in Jamaica. And we have been at pains over time to say to Jamaicans that we have a right, at least according to the laws, to access certain places. Tell us about this law that our brother Chuckleberry used, and what is the more comprehensive picture in terms of what the law says about our ability to access or right to access the beach.
Greetings everyone. So Cabo, to really unpack that, we have to go to the Beach Control Act of 1956, a legislation that came into being when Jamaica was a colony of England, all right? And really what Section 3 of the Beach Control Act of 1956 basically says that all rights in and over the foreshore of the island and the floor of the sea are hereby declared to be vested in the Crown. All right? So the Crown, the foreshore is that wet sand area. It's only around 6 to 7 feet wide. And that part is actually owned by the Crown. Now, the Crown of Jamaica is, basically the Commissioner of Land, right? Even though we're still a colony of Britain, so it's still Crown land because King Charles III is still the head of Jamaica. And I think that's something that Jamaicans must be clear about, that the head Jamaica of a king and the name of Charles III. And this part of the beach is actually owned by the Crown. So even, through legalities, it says that it is managed by the Commissioner of Land, right? That is the area that is in the Crown. So it basically should be public, right? It really should be public. Floor of the sea, which is all the water, go back out to Jamaica part of the continental shelf. And, up to 6 to 7 feet, should really be public land. However, there is this preservation of colonial land monopoly, all right, that really allows the government only to allow us in this space by permission. And we have to be clear about this, right, because the law does not give us any general right to say that we can go there anytime we want, all right, because what it says in Section 4 is that no person shall be deemed to have any right in or over the foreshore of this island. And I will repeat that. It says no person shall be deemed to have any right in or over the foreshore of the island.
So what we have here is a law that is coming from the days of slavery. A law that is now being enforced by the independent government of Jamaica without change. So, in other words, as I said earlier, this makes them enslavers, and that is the bottom line without question. It's a law that's on the book. We say colonial, we use the word colonial, but regardless of emancipation, abolition, or what you name, that whole process is what led to this law, that process of slavery. So then, I know that one of the questions that you've posed, and we see that also on the flyer that's out, who owns the beach? Who owns the beach? Who owns the beaches in Jamaica? Is it the government of Jamaica, the monarchy of England, King Charles, William, George, Camilla, Kate, and them? Are they the ones who own the beach ultimately? Or do the people of Jamaica own these beaches?
Now, when I want to go one step further, because this has been clearly written in, this beach access management policy that the government said that they're trying to, amend and change in the benefit of the Jamaican people. And it's explicitly clear that what they wrote, that in Jamaica, they have no general right to swim, no general right to bathe, no general right to walk along the foreshore, and no general right to fish, right? And all of these, are interpretation of the Beach Control Act of 1956. So if the beach on the floor of the sea on the foreshore is vested in the crown land, and they're saying now the crown land is managed, by the Commissioner of Lands. And the Commissioner of Lands is appointed by the Governor General of Jamaica. And the Governor General of Jamaica is representative of King Charles III. Right? That means the crown owns the beaches.
Well, make us stop saying the crown. That means Charles III and William and George, the little boy, they are the ones who actually own the beaches in Jamaica. Because when you say the crown, it is so, it's almost inanimate. So we want make it humanize it. The crown, the people are the crown, and these people, the monarch, the head of that crown is Charles, who cheated on his wife Diana and married to the mistress Camilla, and so now Camilla is queen and Charles is king. And the boy William is his son, and William is a heir to the throne, and George is a son of William, and so George is now the heir to the throne. They are the owners of the beach in Jamaica. This is what I hear you saying.
That is what I am saying.
That is a crown.
That's exactly what I'm saying, and because is appointee in Jamaica or run film business in Jamaica are the Governor General. And the Governor General appoints the Commissioner of Lands, all right? Arrangement give them all the control over the space. So there are many land in Jamaica where the Crown and the King of England own, all right? And we can go upon them and then dispose of them all
We
the while.
do not have access to them. Chuckleberry, what has been your experience generally? Because here you were. You didn't expect that what happened to you, and you have been an activist for a long while, would have happened and being enforced by one of our own. What is your experience generally?
But kind of traumatized. Like, I'm fully traumatized. Cause down at the beach, down at Mambay Beach, I grew up on, them take the beach, and we have to walk through, gully. I have to take the gully side, go down bush, my foot cut up on them something, just for God see, just figure all the vibes. You could dive, you could see mass and them something. I in a see, police ask me, where am I? Me in a see I swim. And police come up on me and say, what are you doing at the water? And told me, shot me, I ask him, say, what you are doing at the water?
Goodness gracious me.
The police, I say, what me are doing at the water?
Was he armed?
Fully armed. More than one of them, two of them, some sea police, them said them names. Ask me, what me are doing at the water? Like, you tell me now. All right, me I swim, then I go over Rio. Because you see myself over this far in the far end. Me see a security bridge and call me. I say, what is bridge really a deal? I text that somebody know me, because I mean name Chuckleberry. So I go to the bridge and ask me what me I do. I say, bro, God, what you really ask me, say? What me I do? In the sea, like you have the authority there, if you call me out, look at all these white people who come from Germany, Italy. You ever call them, ask them what am I doing in the water? Like, seriously, why me?
This is how insidious, egregious, and vulgar this whole business is in Jamaica.
Insidious is an understatement.
It's an understatement.
It's sick. Like, I'm fully traumatized. Like, just imagine me grow up on a place, and then you and me, we come from Yasso. Some people come from Europe, America, and all these places where me go, who fight me, seeing when I come to my country and the people will look like me, fight me, seeing what you expect me to do?
The question is, what are we to do? And this is the point where we are now. I don't know. The frustration is high. I saw what happened to you. That video is viral. It's gone all over the world. A lot of people are seeing it. People are asking questions. Even Jamaicans overseas and Jamaicans on the island apparently didn't even recognize how serious this matter was until this video. We're seeing the comments and we're hearing the questions. So, Jabem, there has been a fight for access to the beaches for a very long time. Jabem, Devon, Dr. Taylor, you has looked at this and determined that there has to be another element to the fight. And so Jabem said, only way to do this, there's other elements.
The island that we need to fight for. So the legal strategy is one, but we need on board to push this advocacy, right? And that's the only way that we're going to convince the government, because I want to let the Jamaican people understand the behavior of these hotels is because of the Beach Control Act that we want to be repealed and replaced. Because the Beach Control Act gives the government the right to lease these beaches to the hotels for their operation. And there are more than 275 beaches that are associated with hotels and villas and guest houses. 275 of these. And the numbers I know have increased because this is kind of old data. And in fact, I want to let the public know that this particular establishment that discriminated against Chuckleberry have a beach license that they applied for in 2014, and they only paid $676 for that license. Okay? And this must ring true to the people. They must understand this. Them only spend $676 because I have the license. I'm examining the license. That's what MPSA really operates on.
$676 to keep Jamaicans off the beach and out of the water.
Cabo, that's the application fee. And every year they have to pay a license fee. And if the document that we receive from 2020 is correct, their annual renewal fee is 150,000 Jamaican dollars, which is basically in today's money like $961.54. Then pay every year to lock Jamaicans off of them beach. We can't go up on them beach to that the amount of money. That's people must be 1 or 2 nights stay in the hotel and then cover for the rest of the year. And we, the descendants of enslaved Africans who for ancestors fought for the land, we are excluded. So the government is selling off the treasures of the land, is giving away. For free,
but for what? But for what? And this is, everything is going to come out in the wash. This is a professional. These politicians, as from the book. If you read the book, Behold a Pale Horse. I don't know if you've read that book, Behold a Pale Horse. It speaks of politicians as professional hitmen, and this is basically what we have here in Jamaica. These people who are disguise themselves as politicians are really professional hitmen and economic hitmen and otherwise. So here we have a situation where we have no access, and we keep every time. We've been talking about this for years now, and one of the reasons why I say that we're losing the battle is that we're losing more beaches. Chuckleberry, you would have, I'm sure you've experienced this, you're seeing this, you're witnessing.
John and me, like the other day when I'm locked down, the beach in I think called Licodon River, my wife and I went so far and swim around because we are swimmers. Because we say, all right, through them so we can access them land. We not trouble them land. We go way up to one place out. So,
but come through the water.
Yeah, and swim around and come around. When we go around the security, I tell Mr. Bridging, we are doing our water. And me I say, bro, God, me not up on your land, bro. Me there in the water. The man I say, all right, then cool. But do not go up a there. The riverside.
Do not cross the imaginary line. This is my experience too, where you go to the beach and you're coming in from the water and there is an imaginary line guarded by a security guard who is armed, who is telling you, do not cross this line that only him can see.
He might tell me, so me can't go over the riverside over there, so I say, bro, so who is you if you tell me that? You want land, I mean, at the water, I tell me, so me can't go over there, so. Then one of the bridge, now, come. When we do the water, I gone the manager, the bridge up to him said, no man, I'm good. I said, no man, like Taboo, if you man like me, we travel the world and see what I go on out of the world. And then we come in my space and them thing in my face.
Yes. And we have maintained a silence closely resembling stupidity. The media in Jamaica has sided, generally outside of IRA FM, sided for the most part with the private sector in this, with the government in this, with the slavery laws in this. But we shall look back on this time as a media, mainstream media, and recall that we were complicit in the sale of Jamaica, because Jamaica, as Butcher Banton tells us, sell out.
Big time.
Sell out.
Me see it. Can I go up on other shores and I'm on my shores? And when I'm out there, I feel like a little dog in the water. I'm coming to my place and it works with my people and they look like me.
Yes.
So what really are going?
What is really happening? Dr. Taylor, just before you go, I know we have to go to the next interview, but just quickly, put something in context and in perspective for us, because I know you have the figures in terms of the total coastline, how much of it has gone and how much is available to the people of Jamaica in terms of access to the beaches.
The 2001 data basically says 494 miles. We only have 2.8 miles of access. So we have less than 1% of access to the Jamaican coastline. I want Jamaicans to understand the fight is not just for a conservation easement, all right, which is a land rights fight. Okay, so without land rights, there's no beach access. That is fundamentally true. But this experience of Chuckleberry shows also that despite getting on the space, you don't have the right, to the space. You don't have the right to walk, to be able to swim. All right, so the context that Jamaica must understand, the fight is for land rights and it is for accessing and using the space. And the Beach Control Act blocks out us from all of that. And the complicity of the government by not creating any land that the Jamaican people can use to access and use the beach around the island further isolate and discriminate against us. So we need a land to really operate off of, and we need the rights to the beach and rights to the sea. So what that really translates into, a set of laws needs to be passed. We repeal and replace the Beach Control Act of 1956, but the government have to set up land trust. And the government now is going to have to make the entire coastline around Jamaica public land that should include at least 60 to 150 feet above the high water mark, above the wet sandy area, must be in a trust that is owned by the people of Jamaica. Otherwise, anything short of that means that we are not really changing anything, right? We are keeping systems of oppression in place as it relates to our rights to use the beach, to access the sea, and to enjoy the treasures of the land. And that is what the Jamaican people need. So join up with Jabem to help push for a fundamental change. The fundamental change is really to convert the whole space into public land that includes sea, includes foreshore, backshore, and includes of that land off of which we can operate. And that must change. This colonial law must go, and the mentality and the policy that the government have in place must go as well. And it's only we, the people, can do so, because we see what's happening in the country. The entire North Coast is gone, and they're going for the South Coast, and we can't allow that to happen. So
and it is what it is. It's the isness of things. We are on our own, reshaping the future of the Caribbean for our children, reshaping the future of Jamaica for our children. We have the power to do that. Dr. Taylor Chuckleberry, maybe you one quick last word, Chuckleberry.
I don't even know if you say like it's too much right now because if you're a man like me, you go to California and go up on the beach free, let me that. Florida upon the beach field, I got Canada upon the beach field, I got the Blackpool in England and I'm free. I'm coming to my country, I can't really walk on even the beach freely. Like Jamaican, we need to stand for something still because we feel like we are fall. I don't even know the ignorance level of Jamaica women is still like divided by PNP and Labour, right? And that's one of the biggest problems. Because based off all the comments that I get, and when we start to check the people, it's like the division right now, but we are divided and ruled.
This is our problem.
Yeah.
This is our problem.
That's the biggest problem that we have.
Yes,
these people who are here to represent us, them not represent real, but represent the brethren, that brethren they are in England.
Yes.
So it's that Jamaica, all me have to say, wake up. Shake up.
Thank you so much for coming in, my brother. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for having that presence of mind to take out the camera and record that, because as Devon Taylor says, this is what is helping now to push the advocacy.
Yeah, because the phone is more powerful than the gun.
Yes.
Exactly. And it's not me I deal with right now. It's just the future.
A roundup as we go into, and this is not the chemical now, we're just looking back to go forward, looking at Africa and the African independence movement. We know we're on our own. So here we are in 2025. They're talking about 5 years to Vision 2030, the agenda, the project. They have fast-tracked the project. Of course, it's affecting us, and of course, it's going to affect us. But let us look at Africa over last year and look forward. We're going to be looking specifically this morning at the so-called, and I'm doing this only once, I hope I don't have to use that word again, but the so-called Francophone Africa. And then if we have time to quickly talk about what's happening in Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, Somaliland, or so. If we don't have time, then we'll invite Kwame Pianke to come back. Kwame Pianke is an engineer and a tutor, and he, you know him well, a Pan-African scholar and geopolitical analyst. He's on this program very often. Kwame, my brother, thank you so much for joining us inside of the Africa Forum this morning, as usual.
Good morning, Kapu. How are you this morning?
I'm well, if you two are well.
I am well.
Yes. Kwame, so I want to go in at a very interesting place. You've been sending me information on this, and I've been watching this closely also myself. So we're going to start somewhere interesting and then to come forward. So can we start with the most recent thing, which is now we have Emmanuel Macron, and that's where we're starting, of France, seemingly threatening the Prime Minister of Senegal, Ousmane Sonko, and indeed Senegal itself. He was speaking, and thank you for sending me this, he was speaking to his the foreign ambassadors at a conference a few days ago, and he proceeded to talk about how African leaders are ungrateful because they did not thank him for fighting terrorism in the Sahel. He talked about how many countries in Africa would not be sovereign nations today if France had not intervened. And he said French troops are not being driven out of Africa, but they were negotiations between France and these countries. And he allowed these countries to come forward to say, this was, the decision was made. Now, let us talk about that coming from Macron. And if you will, the response of your response to this, first of all, and then the response of Africa, those who have responded.
Well, obviously, Macron's screed, if you want to call it that, or shrieks, if you want to call it that, are just the veil or being ripped off of what European colonialism has been since, quote unquote, African independence of the 1960s. So they've been, this is basically, you could take Macron's speech and call him Napoleon or call him whatever the European leaders were in the 1800s and the 1700s, things of that nature. It's very clear that they see, their African quote-unquote partners as colonial possessions. But to point out for Macron, ever since the war on terror started, especially with the U.S. military, terrorism in Africa has increased 100,000%. So France has not helped Africa at all. And let's not forget in northern Mali, the French troops had, with all their military superiority, had no way of recapturing Kidal, and they would not allow the Malian troops to cooperate with them in recapturing Kidal. And once France was kicked out, the Malian troops recaptured Kidal. And so basically the sovereignty of France was still there in the Sahel states, the AES. Their sovereignty would be even further reduced. Now, that being said, France had a plan from 2023, and in the report as of June 24th, to reduce their military presence in Africa. They said they wanted to reduce their troops in Gabon from 350 to 100, and Senegal from 350 to 100, and Cote d'Ivoire from 600 to 100, and from 1,000 to 300. However, so based on the response I've seen so far, we see that Cote d'Ivoire and Gabon obviously acquiesce with France's role, because France wants to create something similar to AFRICOM now, where you kind of have a command somewhere else, but you could have your troops at the ready to intervene at any time. And the head of their new AFRICOM type organization, his name is Pascal Iani, is specialized in information warfare. And so the interesting thing about Senegal and Chad is that there is some confusion as to whether or not they agreed with this reduced presence. They said they made their decisions on their own. It seems like the meeting between Chad's president and one of the French ambassadors was very tense. And so maybe Senegal and Chad kicked out the French troops on a timeline that did not suit France. And that's what I would like. That's what I lean to. So maybe there was an agreement in place, but they jumped ahead of the line.
Ousmane Sonko told Macron that France does not have the ability or the legitimacy to defend Africa, and that there was no agreement between France and Senegal. And he goes on to remind France that wherever France goes in Africa, there is catastrophe and there's a disaster. And he cited Libya. But one of the things I liked about what he said was that he reminded him of the African armies, the intervention of African soldiers in World Wars I and II. And he said, this is what I think is making Macron so angry, is because the Senegalese president told him that were it not for African soldiers and African armies who fought in World Wars I and II on behalf of France, that today France would be German.
Oh, yes, definitely. African soldiers and African armies, and African soldiers from the United States as well, and African soldiers from the Caribbean, right? Because, the French people stood down when the Nazis came on through. So that's a very good point. And if you remember the Libya disaster, the U.S. initiated the Libya disaster on behalf of France. The letters from Hillary Clinton to Jake Sullivan or vice versa indicated they were doing that action on behalf of France. And I'm being very repetitive. I'll repeat it again. The Libya disaster was the beginning of the end for Western Europe and Africa.
There you go, and I agree with you on that.
And they will never. When I say Western Europe, that includes the United States, and they will never recover from it.
Yes, and we remind our listeners, you can go ahead. One of the books we read in the Running African Book Club is Professor Harris Campbell's book, the Nature's Catastrophic War in Libya. It lays it out clearly. So to move, looking at the Sahel and looking at those countries that are, it seems, revolutionary players in the region. Talk us through that, what happened in the Sahel over the last few years and where we are now in terms of the moves that these countries have made. Revolutionary.
Yes, obviously there were military coups in the three Sahel countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And let me point out, I'm going to go back into prehistory. So if I'm taking people down a road, please bear with me for a second.
All right. Because, sorry to interrupt. Let me take a pre-break then, just to free you up to have a good moment to talk without a break. So let me do that. Remember what you're saying.
No problem. Okay.
looking at the Sahel, looking at France in Africa, and the role that France played in shaping the current situation that's ongoing now in Africa. Just before we went to the break, Kwame, I think we're just about to put that into a historical context, historical background, I think, of France's involvement. Yes, go ahead.
And I'm going to go back to so-called prehistory. The Eye of Africa, which is called the Richat structure, it's a circle within a circle within a circle, was pretty much known to be the seat of Atlantis. And that is in the Sahel countries. And then when you had a massive, I think it was a massive earthquake, which caused a massive tsunami, it basically destroyed most of that society. And then it caused a great dispersal, particularly to the east, right? Mm-hmm. And so that culture moved east. And then out of that culture, there was a settling in Lake Chad. And that came to become, and those people in Lake Chad settled Kemet. Those people also settled what is now the Sahel states. And it produced agriculture, the great civilizations, the great architecture, the great government structures that we see today. You move thousands of years, and for instance, where Chad is today, that was called the land of Yam. So, and in Kemet, they said that group from West Africa was just as responsible for their culture as the people to the south in the Nile Valley, right? Mm-hmm. And then let's fast forward to the Empire of Ghana, which was the leading country during its time period, despite the Arab invasions to the north of it. And then you had the Mali Empire, and then you had the Songhai Empire. Mm-hmm. So those are the three great empires in that same region, which were bigger than current day United States. Yeah. So what you're seeing with the Sahel countries are, to me, the reigniting of the ancient empire. The other thing I want to remind you of, when Kemet fell, the people dispersing from the Nile Valley settled in Ouagadougou first, and then they dispersed to the west of West Africa, and integrated with the populations there in what is modern day Ghana, what is modern day Nigeria, what is modern day Senegal. So there is a very spiritual importance to the Sahel countries reigniting the sovereignty and true functional Pan-Africanism as we see.
We saw that.
Of course, we had the coup.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was saying that we saw that, and I'm sure Sister P is listening. We saw that in Togo. The information you're giving, we saw the documentary evidence in the museums and the libraries of Togo in 1998. They're very proud of that history, of course. So the history you just outlined is a history they tell of themselves in West Africa.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Yes. Please send that to me.
We saw that in Lomé. Yes.
Yeah, if they could send some links to me, I would love to see that. But the other, and I got a little bit distracted, but the other thing that you see as well with the Sahel countries is they're doing what I said that the Caribbean countries, if they had a military, should be done. They're taking their resources and economically benefiting from the resources. They're rewriting with the uranium mining companies, with the lithium mining companies, with the oil companies, so on and so forth. And because they're taking a greater percentage of those revenues, both Burkina Faso and Senegal were able to completely pay off their debts.
Mm-hmm. But let me ask you something. So let me ask you something about these two countries. So Burkina Faso, you're talking about in Western terms a coup. In Senegal, we're talking about an election. Does that make a difference? And before you answer, I don't know if you saw the Ibrahim Traore actually went to the inauguration of John Mahama.
Oh, that was beautiful in Ghana, and that I wanted to get to that later.
All right. Okay.
I want to discuss how is Ghana going to navigate their way out of the IMF trap, and is Mahama?
Yes,
Mahama trying to figure out a way to get out of that, considering the realities on the ground in Ghana.
All right. So hold that thought. We'll come back to it. The point I wanted to make was a point you were making just now about Senegal and Burkina Faso and those in the Sahel that came to have the power through the military, as opposed to those who have come in through an election. Their mandates are different.
Yes, because democracy does not represent the people's will in African countries, because the money and the support comes in from the West. And the media is still very dominated by Western perspectives. And so therefore, you get these puppet leaders throughout Africa. Now Sonko, one of my good friends here where I live is Senegalese, and he loves Sonko. And he said that, and Sonko was jailed for a while, and actually Diao Faye was his lieutenant.
Yes.
However, when Faye was elected, all the Western countries were somewhat enthusiastic about his election. And then he was carrying ECOWAS's water, trying to convince the AEF states to come back into ECOWAS. So, it gives me some suspicion of Senegal. However, another part of me says this is part of the the old saying, when your head's in lion's mouth, take time, draw it out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Where Senegal is.
Yes.
And because of the heavy French troop presence on their soil, they may have taken time to do it. I think the difference between Burkina Faso and Niger and Mali, the armies there were actually engaged in fighting, and they had some, because of their combat experience, they did have some leverage over the French presence over there. And then those military leaders immediately contacted the Russians when they announced they were kicking out the French. The Senegalese leadership has taken a lot of visits to Russia as well. So this may be part of it, and so has Chad. In fact, the other day, and this may, Chad had a visit by the Chinese ambassador, and then immediately the Chad's presidential palace was attacked after the Chinese ambassador left. I know the foreign minister, Chad, said it wasn't a terrorist act, that they're using crude tools, but some people suspect France is behind it.
Of course, as always. And in Ghana, John Mahama himself is a socialist, and who actually studied in Russia. And so that his relationship with, he says he's a student of Gorbachev. So it will be interesting to see how Ghana, which is really has, and I know you're coming back to that, but when you're looking at the changes that are happening generally in the Sahel and in West Africa, we're looking at countries that border each other. And may I just say to our listeners, just take your maps out, use your atlases if you have those, or Google Burkina Faso and Ghana on the map, because Burkina Faso is just north of Ghana. It's a border. But what was the relationship between Burkina Faso before with Akufo
Addo? Very bad, because Akufo Addo went to the principal, the United States, and complained Burkina Faso and Niger and Mali had those bad Russians in their territories, and something needed to be done about it. Right? And Akufo Addo represents the counter-revolution in Ghana. He represents his uncle was the one who overthrew Kwame. Well, not overthrew Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah had to put his granduncle in jail, and I'm trying to remember the guy's name, J.B. Dankwa. But J.B. Dankwa represented those forces that opposed Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah's program in Ghana. So Akufo Addo is part of that legacy.
The forces that are aligned against us. This is what Kwame Nkrumah said. The forces that are aligned against us.
Exactly. And so essentially, where I would like to see Ghana go is for instance, they have their gas prices are very high, even though there's oil exploration there. Well, they have the foresight to build a refinery there, so they can reduce the amount of money going outside of Ghana to pay for energy costs. With the increased rains in West Africa, where you upgrade the dam at Volta, the dam that Kwame Nkrumah built to power for hydroelectric power. Will Ghana be able to have its own gold processing with gold mined from artisanal miners, right? Because we know the Chinese are coming in trying to steal Ghana's gold.
They have already
Ghana
done
cracked
that.
down on that.
They did.
Yes.
No, they're in control. They're money. There are those mines with guns. You know, Kwame.
Well, then that's something that needs to be done. Then Ghana needs to find other partners to counteract the Chinese. And there's plenty of other partners in West Africa now.
Mm-hmm.
The Turks, the UAE, the Russians. There's plenty of other partners to deal with, and they can tell China in no uncertain terms, if you want our support or if you want contracts from us, these guys have to go.
Mm-hmm,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you obviously have huge lithium deposits in Ghana. If lithium can be safely mined, and I'm not so sure it can be safely mined without ruining the groundwater, then Ghana needs to be able to take a significant portion of the revenues, and then they can pay off their debts that way and truly become a country that Kwame Nkrumah envisioned. So will they be able to do that in the 4-year term that Muhammad has? That'd be interesting to see. But it has to be very strategic. They have to be able to have several partners in addition to the United States that they already have to play one off against the other. It has to be a balance of power.
So what do you think Ibrahim Traore's message was by making that trip? And boy, they looked good. Making that...
The message was because, one, he had to be invited there, right?
Right.
Initially, Muhammad's foreign secretary went to Niger. No, he went to Mali to invite Goita to the ceremony. And the initial reports, there was no reports of Burkina Faso being invited, and then Traore was invited. So I think it wasn't just a message from Traore; it was a message from Muhammad that we stand, that at least publicly stand with you, and look at the enthusiasm of the crowd of Traore compared to the other African leaders, including Faye. I mean, they may have gotten some polite claps, but it was you heard the
Africa, Ghana erupted. And that's a massive crowd, and they erupted for Ibrahim Traore, and it tells me he's a leader now. The people of Africa and the African diaspora see him as a de facto leader, if you will, of this revolution, of this renaissance, of this change. Pardon me for using these French words. We need some words. We need some African words.
Yeah, let's say Kepera, transformation. Kepera.
You know. Yeah, and we need to teach ourselves and keep saying that. So just before I go to the break, and I want you to answer before I go into the break, is the movement, the changes we see happening in the Sahel. You're thinking on what kind of support in terms of, because we're in a global environment, is needed globally. Can Africa manage as it is, or external support is going to be needed to keep that confederation intact?
One is going to be external support from us in the diaspora. They're going to need engineers, particularly. They're going to need people who are expert in efficiency, how to build plants, how to run plants, things of that nature. They're going to need tool and die makers. They're going to need, for agricultural tools, even though you have the experience there. I mean, you have a lot of good blacksmiths, obviously, in all of West Africa. How do we get that to a point where you can get to a point of mass production? Not so much where you need these huge stamping machines and forging machines, but how do you help that artisanal miner, artisanal blacksmith increases means of production without expending a whole lot of capital costs to do that? So that's the sort of help that's going to be needed from the African diaspora. And then also with the great competition, with the decline of the West and the rise of the Eastern powers and BRICS, can they play that balance of power game to make sure that they can cut the deals that they want? And then what I'm very encouraged about, that these countries are demanding technology transfer, which is what should be dealt with. All the African countries should have been doing from independence. Kwame Nkrumah did it in the beginning. I think Modibo Keita demanded it, and Sekou Touré. Modibo Keita was the president of Mali. All these great Pan-Africans. Sekou Touré, obviously of Guinea Conakry, right? So that's what needs to be done.
All
so
right.
we need to be open to go over there to help.
All right. Hold the line for me, Kwame. Let me take a quick break. I'll be back. We look at Africa, the Sahel in particular, and parts of West Africa. I think, not quite sure if we're going to be able to get to Ethiopia. Sorry, go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, I just want to point out, too, there is also, again, I want to point out the Jamaican connection to that northern region of Ghana that borders Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
If you look at the records of runaway and Africans in Jamaica, quite a few were called Chamba people, Chamba, which was really a corruption of the name Konkamba. And they were from that northern region that borders both Togo and Burkina Faso. Actually, one of my ancestors was named Chamba.
And that's an interesting bit of information, because when you think of it, 1884 was when they actually demarcated those places according to country. But before that, there were ethnic groups and tribes, if you will, the Igbo people or the Bantu people or stuff like that. So it is quite understandable, because we're looking at Ghana now just as that little area. Nigeria wasn't even a country. Nigeria was a company in terms of
a corporation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's important to know our history. Thanks for giving us that little tidbit.
And then from a spiritual perspective, that was the ancestor chariot too. That's Black Star Square.
What's that?
So this chew on that where Traore was chaired.
Yes.
That's Black Star Square.
Yes, of course. And Kwame, you talk about the role of the diaspora for us to understand what our role in this African revolution that is taking place on the continent of Africa, that we should be part of that reshaping of the future of Africa. It's actually underway, as we see happening in the Sahel. At the same time, the military, this is where you started. So there are some countries with strong military, some countries that have come by, a coup. How important is the military in all of this? If there's no proper army, if there's no strong army, if there's no access to the army.
The purpose of a military is one, to protect your people, two, to protect your trading routes and your shipping lanes. If you don't have a strong military, then you're not really worth. If you don't have a military that's able to do that, then you have no business being called a country.
So this is important, and
so yeah. No, keep on going. No, you go ahead.
No, I'm saying, so we see the role that the military played in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and in Niger. Let's talk about the relationship then, as you said.
Yeah, and this is somewhat controversial. But I want to say this.
Yes.
I think all Black countries who are really, truly, what I would say, want to be independent should have a draft. Anybody, a youth corps where you're 18. Once you're 18, you're going into the military.
And hopefully with a conscious mind. Hopefully with a conscious mind.
Yes. So there has to be it would be a combination of university training in terms of cultural training for consciousness and military training. And then once those people are released in society after the military training, then you have defenders throughout the whole society.
And this is where the point you made about Senegal earlier is relevant, because France still has its military, regardless of what he's saying about drawing down and allowing people to draw down and to announce and so on. France the military presence is still there on the continent of Africa.
Yes, and I think that's why they initially took a conservative approach, but now they've gotten a little bit more aggressive. I think they had some parliamentary elections in Senegal this last year, and it seems like the government's gotten a little more aggressive in terms of their verbal responses or their rhetorical responses towards France since the parliamentary elections occurred. So I think the party of Faye and Sonko won really big in those elections, and so I think that's the point. However, Faye and Sonko are somewhat kept in check by the Senegalese military, which is very still much in France's back pocket. So it'll be interesting to see how they can reform that military in the process.
saw that, and this is why I'm taking. I think Macron took down his tweet because I saw it and then I went back and couldn't find it. That threat, the threat he made on Twitter to Sonko, which in essence was to say, be careful what you say because you will be sorry for what you've said. That kind of a bully. He literally bullied him, and he's so angry.
Yeah.
So, because quickly, Kwame, in just 2 or 3 minutes, help our listeners who don't know to understand how insidious France has been in Africa, and the whether it's military or financial or economic.
The CFA franc is where the so-called francophone African countries, France's neocolonial African possessions, have to put 65 to 75% of their revenues into the French central bank or French treasury. And the French treasury has no responsibility to account for those revenues, right? Also, they're responsible. French companies get right of first refusal for all contracts that these African countries make. You can basically say that France's wealth, all their social programs, all their free universities, all their social welfare is basically from African belly, right? And then all those CFA franc countries are essentially, if you look at all the poverty indexes, those are all the poorest countries in the world. If you look at any economic or wealth rating. So France's legacy has been horrendous in Africa.
What do you think?
Parasites.
Parasites, indeed, vampires. What would you say? I'm just looking on now. If you can gauge this, the France's influence and control in the Sahel and in those countries that it colonized, even on the backside of the revolution. Did I lose you, Kwame? I think I did. Former Member of Parliament for St. Mary's South Eastern, Harry Douglas, has died at hospital. He was 83 years old. He passed away at the St. Joseph's Hospital in Kingston. A member of the People's National Party, Douglas served as a Member of Parliament from 1989 to 2007 before retiring from representational politics. He also served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Water and Housing, a senior member of the St. Mary's Southeastern Executive. This is the Observer, told the Observer that Douglas was ailing for some time and that the PNP family were grateful for his contribution to St. Mary and the nation at large. Standing by to speak again with Kwame Pianke. Also, just quickly, I don't know if you have been checking, listening to what's happening with Mark Zuckerberg. He's been talking a lot. Well, he has pivoted. Everybody's pivoting, going into technocracy. So he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. It was an explosive 3-hour podcast where he talked about how the U.S. government threatened Facebook and Meta, why Facebook changed after Trump won, and why Facebook is now ditching fact checkers. He also talked about the beginning of Facebook. He said in the first decade, Facebook had one mission, which was to give the people a voice, no fact checkers, no content policies, no ideological censorship, just pure free expression, and everything changed in 2016. I want to come back to that later because Mark Zuckerberg actually proves the point that we're making, that we're entering, moving from democracy to technocracy. I hear people talking about oligarchy, but I understand why they're saying oligarchy, because they're looking at the business people. But this is technocracy. I mean, it has everything to do with technocracy written all over it. Mark Zuckerberg moving in this direction tells us that we are right about how we're reading the tea leaves. All right, so Kwame is back with us online. I don't
know what part I got cut off there. I don't know.
I was asking a question actually. I was because we heard everything you said, and then I'd asked what do you think France is, just looking at whatever we can see now, because it's not much, but it's fluid and it's ongoing. But I know that you're an analyst and looking at this closely. France's control and influence. Obviously, we know they're losing influence, they're losing control. But to what extent do you think there's still a whole lot of that left? West Africa?
They have control. They have control over Cote d'Ivoire. They have control over Gabon. They have control over Benin, who was giving Niger problems of transporting gas to the port there in Benin, and they've struck up relationships with West African countries, particularly the English-speaking countries, particularly Nigeria, and at the time was under Akufo-Addo's administration in Ghana, right?
Mm-hmm,
So it'll be interesting what France's relationship with Ghana will be with Mahama in office, and whether that'll be reduced. But Tinubu is their man, and the U.S.'s man in West Africa.
Tinubu
is Nigeria.
Well, karma is going to come to him, and it's about time too. He's one of the great betrayers on the continent of Africa. Let us just call a spade a spade.
Yeah, not just great betrayer in the continent of Africa, and this is, and I can say this because it's pretty much been documented. There is very good evidence that he was involved in narcotics dealing in the United States when he was based in Chicago.
Oh goodness. And this is where these are some of the compromise that
the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Huh?
This is the kind of compromise that whether it's the US, the UK, the European Union, or Israel holds over a lot of these leaders, and hence we find ourselves in the positions that we find ourselves. In terms of Burkina Faso is landlocked, and in terms of trade, shipping, and so on, that shipping route is usually through Ghana. So I think one of the things to me is that relationship is critical, Burkina Faso and Ghana. France in the middle of that would be chaotic. But I don't know if you heard the inauguration speech John Mahama gave, in which he made some serious references to BRICS, and you just talked about that. Do you think that?
Yeah, I didn't hear the whole speech. I heard where I saw the interview with Mahama where he called Traore his younger brother. But go ahead, fill me on that.
Well, he seems to be. He literally made a comparison talked about the GDP of the West and the GDP of BRICS, and said, well, there you go. Who should literally the question was open. So who do you think we are going to go with? This is what it sounded to me as if you were saying ultimately, but he's dancing between the raindrops because Ghana, Addo, what his name was, he tied Ghana in some serious ways. To the West.
Yes, he did. And again, the IMF agreement, he really indebted Ghana. I think it was a decision to shut down the economy during COVID further indebted Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's be fair, the previous party also indebted Ghana, which was Mahama's party.
Mm-hmm.
I think both parties, and then before Mahama in that same party was Atta Mills, who I thought was more visionary than it would appear. And he died mysteriously as well.
Yes.
But I think the biggest mistake when the oil discoveries were made off the Ghana coast was not having a refinery built.
So how do you see Ghana coming out of this, getting out of the clutches of the IMF? Because they were like Jamaica, they jumped for this IMF monies in the middle of COVID.
As I said before, I think Ghana is more capable than Jamaica of doing it because there's so many players in West Africa that, again, they can demand refinery, especially for the oil, as I said before, a refinery to be built and have technology transfer, and whoever helps them build that refinery, they can give some sort of price preferences to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that, but also the importance of that refinery, Ghana no longer has to basically lose their local currency to foreign actors to run their energy needs in their economy.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, as I stated before, Ghana needs to rehab the Volta Dam for hydroelectric power, especially with the rains increasing in West Africa. And we spoke about the gold mining, and we spoke about the potential lithium mining that they have over there in Ghana. And so I think, and if they take preferential contracts there, I think it's easier for them to get out of debt.
What role do you see the regional organizations or the regional the organizations like ECOWAS and so on and the Africa Union playing in this?
I think the African Union and ECOWAS are toothless, and I think ECOWAS, effectively, even though it was just a name, will no longer exist in functionality in a couple of years. So I think, you have various leaders in ECOWAS who weren't too happy with the aggressive stance taken by both Nigeria and Ghana and trying to threaten military action against Sahel states, and, including Gambia and I think some of the other countries, the two Guineas weren't happy with it. And so I think ECOWAS will only function as a ceremonial organization. And the African Union, I can't take the African Union seriously. Any organization where you have your headquarters built by a foreign power, the Chinese, who then also have bugs in your headquarters, and also where you are asking Israel to be an observer there. I just can't take the African Union serious.
I agree with you. I'm in total agreement with that. So how does it look now going into 2030? There is an agenda on the table, never our agenda, but every country, especially developing countries, have been locked into this agenda by the United Nations and the WEF, which is Agenda 2030 or Vision 2030, but it really is an agenda. We see they have fast-tracked that through the United Nations with the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration of Future Generations. How do you see these impacting the gains that are being made in Africa?
Basically, what I see 2030 as is an attempt by the oligarchs of the West to rebrand themselves as they have already sucked the blood out of their own societies. So they're going to rebrand themselves to try to they want to bring just a little bit of development to the global South, right? I think these African countries and Caribbean countries, back to the whole head of when your head's in lion's mouth, take time to draw it out. They're going to have to play that balance of power role so they can cut their own independent path outside of these Bretton Woods institutions, like the UN and the IMF and the World Bank.
So is this where BRICS is coming? Even though BRICS is still just trying to find its own footing.
Yeah, BRICS is, and I'll say this again, BRICS is also a little bit in the back pocket of these oligarchs.
True.
As well.
Yeah.
The oligarchs have to cut a deal with the Asian oligarchs. But we've talked about who was the funder of the New Development Bank in BRICS, which is Standard Federal, which was a big colonial bank when Cecil Rhodes was invading Zaire.
I want to, and I hope we can come back to that when we talk about Somalia and what's happening in the Horn of Africa. But can we talk quickly before you go about obviously the role of BRICS in all of this, but where do you see who's going to lead Africa out of this? Do we need a leader out of this, or is this a situation where this is generic and people are finding their footing organically?
I think it's going to be generic. I think it's going to be a collective thing. Because remember, in African, I don't want to call it democracy, African people participation, right? Monarchy is elected in Africa by the people. And then there's a de-stoolment process that can be initiated, not just by the Council of Elders, but by, like, say, instance, the Akan Society, what is the youth group called? The Ahafo, I believe. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is.
From where?
Asafo.
Okay.
Yeah. So the youth have a role in de-stooling bad leadership, right? So representation, so kingship, queenship, call it whatever you want. Political leadership is representative of the will of the masses. And I think it's going to be a collective role for us to lead ourselves. But we're going to have to come up with structures that are indigenous to us, governmental structures that are indigenous to us, participation in the political process, which is indigenous to us. Like, for instance, in Jamaica, what I would love to see is not just people voting for a president, but people voting on bills. itself, direct participation.
Yes.
Or you tell your representative you are going to vote for this bill, and if you don't vote for this bill, if the representative doesn't accede to the community's will for a certain bill, then that representative is automatically put into recall.
Mm-hmm. And so that takes.
And that's my vision for the future.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to take a paradigm shift. It's going to take re-education. Last week we announced that we're reading again 1984, George Orwell, and there's something there that talks about double think, where the miseducation of the Jamaican people has led to double think. It's deliberate.
Double think.
It is.
Yeah. It's funny. I read 1984 in high school.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing about it, if you read about George Orwell's background, he was part of the he was the writer for the Round Table Group. He
understands it very well. And this is why it's important to kind of pay some attention to some of what he has written about, because we are literally experiencing a lot of that right now. Almost.
Oh, yeah, because he was writing for what the technocracy wanted, because you know, when I read 1984 when I was in high school, you know, we had some very good teachers, because we were thinking, oh, this is reflective of a communist state at the time, right? In your high school thinking. Our teacher said, "Really? Is it?"
Yes.
And then when then you find out Orwell was writing on behalf of the people in the Round Table Group. You know, right. the Rothschilds, the various, you know, Lord Lothian, all those sort of people. So basically, 1984 and Brave New World was a wish list.
And here we are. But here we are. We're able.
Here we are, exactly.
It's interesting.
Remember, in 1984, they talked about the TV that watches you.
Yes.
Well, your computer and your phone watches you.
Well, here we
while
are.
you're watching it.
Yes.
Here we are, yeah.
And now this concept of doublethink, which, you know, we also call it, and Sheikh Antaji called it cognitive dissonance, and others before him.
Yeah.
Where this is a concept that refers to the ability to hold two contradictory ideas or opinions simultaneously and accepting both of them as true. This is how the Jamaican people are being governed today, holding two contradictory ideas and holding both as true, because the government tells them one thing, they're experiencing another thing. Both things are contradictory, but they hold them as true because they're like Pavlov dogs where party is concerned. So this is where we find ourselves. It is a very, very critical place that we've found ourselves, cuz, and I really do hope that we can get out of it. We're totally out of
and the way to get out of doublethink, don't pay attention to what they say. Pay attention to what they do.
Simply put, and
when it comes to government,
very effective.
It's very simple.
Very effective.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kwame Pianke, as usual. I think we're going to make space for you to, next week, if you're available, to look at the Horn of Africa. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's very interesting about it. Because, again, we have the great power game going on there, too.
Of course. This is interesting times. Thank you so much, Kwame Pianke, geopolitical analyst and a Pan-African scholar. A video clip, deep fake, TikTok video clip going around that has slandered Motor Baruka in some very serious ways. I want to talk to him a little bit about his response to that and, you know, where we are in terms of if anything can be done, but also to have him online just to talk a little bit about that. So we're standing by to speak with Motor Baruka on that viral video, as a TikTok video. It's deep fake, artificial intelligence, AI, deep fake, artificial intelligence. We're in some very serious times. Let me just say that, where artificial intelligence has literally taken over, and so much can be done with artificial intelligence that that's criminal, that can literally ruin people's reputations, and there has to be controls. But I know that so far, governments all over the world, including Jamaica, are totally behind artificial intelligence and where it is going. So now we have a deep fake of what is purporting to be Muta Buruka on the social media. We're joined now by my brother and friend. Greetings, Muta.
Blessed morning, man.
Morning, sir. But you're going to be on Sirius XM today? You're going to be on
XM.
Yes. Because I hear it in the promo. All right. Muta, the interesting times we're living in, I mean, me and you, we talk a lot about artificial intelligence.
Well, I tell you. I don't know which part to start this conversation. Yeah, but
let me start it for you. So,
start it.
So let me put things in perspective. Because a few months ago, I was on the social media. I saw Judy Mowat talking about a product. And I'm saying, but I didn't even know.
I saw that.
I didn't even know Judy Mowat was ill. And this product, so it got me for a minute, and then I looked at it and I said, no, that's not Sister Judy at all. And then there was another, I think it's the same one where Michael Abrahams was pushing the product. And Michael came out and he said, that's deep fake, that's not me. And we had many discussions about it. But here we are now, we're there this time. They have come at you. The thing about this, though, is that while they had them pushing product, this one is egregious.
And my personality and my history, The problem with it, is that it's two things that are going on. So it's either somebody who are a group of ones who's really vexed based upon how the program has taken root over the years, and it is continuing to take root not only in Jamaica but all over the world, should I say.
Yes.
Or some person who hear me say, look, me go into this homosexual thing, this thing, it's not going to work out. And take grievance against it and decide to them go do this. But the problem with it, is that we've gone too far right now for them turn back where we are though. The thing is not like a baby again. It's not like when it started in the 90s. Though it's 2025. The thing take root, and I know and everything. I know, say, this little madness where them go out with on the internet, not going to stop nothing. Confidence in that. Say, it's not going to stop nothing. As a matter of fact, it might make people more vexed with them.
And this is the point, because this is the immediate response. What they have done, and so our listeners who have not heard it understand, is that obviously it is AI, which means they have sampled. If you put it so everybody understands, it's almost like sampling your voice, so that when you listen, there's no way that you can tell that this is not Muta. It is not a Sister Judy situation where you could have said it's not Judy. They have made it so real, because this is a real artificial intelligence. This is where they have reached. And the point that I heard you making, Muta, which is not going to stop right here, so no. We don't in the valley very, very long time, and we never get weary.
No, we never get weary. But a couple months ago when the book will come out where we ask you to talk at, right?
Yes.
A youth come to me, not a reputable youth, come to me and say, Muta, you have a audio book on this book, yeah? I say, no. Them say, you know what I do? I say, well, of course, I have a book. More people listen to book now than read the book.
Yes.
So I say, here what I do now. Now I can go to my studio and give me 20 minutes in the studio. With say some read part of the book for 20 minutes or less. And we do an audio book. I say, hey, you can't do that? I say, yeah, that's going on now. And now we listen to a tune where somebody says Rihanna do. And it's not Rihanna to the truth. Right. And everybody has said Rihanna new tune. Rihanna says it's not Rihanna new. So this AI thing, it's really something. It's weird. It's weird, man.
It's frightening.
That people are going to make you do things and say things where you never say and never do.
And this is the bottom line, that they can put words in your mouth and make you the exact opposite of who you are.
Yes. And this is an example of it.
Yes.
Because, our man really sit down himself and really configure that thing. It's either him have that in a film life or her life and want to project it for me, or him directly, as we say, no, this Virginia, him a wheel too much influence on the radio.
Let me take him down a peg.
Yeah, them have to take me down now because no man fire shot after man again and all them there. Man, I use them where you have
the technology.
The technology. And them use your reputation against you.
Yes.
See, by saying, no, this and use that. So people say, well, I never know Muta. I'm not this stream again, Rasta. Them kind of way there. And that is, I personally think that is the reason for it. That people recognize, look at now, this Virginia, he might get too popular with a radio program. You know, see, and it's all over the place. It's the most recorded program on any radio in Jamaica. And I remember years ago when we had toured Europe, right? Them used to tape the programs, see, and sell it in Europe. Yeah.
I remember.
And one night, me and Jackie in Italy, right? And a youth outside, African youth outside, I tape them spread out. I said, you know, and just Jackie almost got to confiscate the tape. She got to clear out the tape.
Do you know, Muta? I saw that in Osopo. I saw that in Italy, in Osopo, where you're, I think I tell you too, where cutting edge tapes were just spread out. This was one 1990, how much you know, Sister P. No, I think Sister P was there 1996, 97, one of them years there. And phenomenal. But yes, go ahead.
England, I tell you that incident. But go to England and an Aboriginal say, he can't go up on one road, where them have cutting edge. When we go up on the road, you know, the brother have a big style with cutting edge CD, labeled, title, when we start with that thing. I mean, I say, they're not just a cutting edge gun. I mean, some never know, so it's so popular.
And it moved from there when the convergence and the digital technologies to online with, and as you said, most recorded it with the YouTube videos and and all that. I remember the days when I call you and say, Muta, you know, say the program.
Some youth actually, the program take life so much that some youth sit on at night time and keep the program and edit out the advertisement and the music. And put it up there for the next morning.
Yes.
So I feel that's all I say.
So you see this. I agree with you, Muta, because it seems to me as if there is a deliberate attack on your person, on your character, on against your principles, everything that you stand for. This is exactly where they went. So this is deliberately meant to harm. And
definitely harm. It's an harm thing. It's like more harm my reputation to be who me is. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
by fabricating a scandal. This is basically what it is. Fabricating a scandal.
We're not going to stop. Cabo. We're not going to stop. Them little things they can't deter me and turn around and I say, well, I'm not bother with this because people are fighting against me. People are fighting against me a long time and I never stop. And it's not going to make me stop. But I'm we kind of get more vicious now with that stuff.
Well, Muta, you encourage me, Muta, because me come under some heavy onslaught this week, which I was going to talk about later, and it kind of shake everything that I believe in. I start questioning myself, but when I hear you say this, you know,
because I wonder if you feel get both this
yes, like
but to go your own business and you realize you make a commitment to yourself.
Yes.
You know, say this is who you is, this is what you're doing. I ain't never met no politician, no little guy out there.
Yes.
Try nothing after you. And you know, you have people out there where we look on it, you know, because you have some youth out there, you know, them can't discern say this thing here, I know Muta. Because I remember say twins. When Twin of Twins just come on the scene, you know.
Me they call you.
There's no way you could have tell people that Jamaica say no Muta, you know.
Me they call him, me say Muta, you have to put a stop to it.
I remember one somebody tell Jackie about how boy Muta attack and of course some bad old politics. And she'll try to show them, say, look, it's not Muta. They must say, no, Miss Jackie. No, Miss Jackie.
But one of the things I liked about how you dealt with that is that you didn't think that you needed to put a whole lot of pressure on them, but I know you spoke to them, and it was a parody, and they identified themselves as parody, and I think after a while too, they took out some of
No, what you want? It's me and the view there.
Yeah,
me and the view they turn friend, you know.
Yes, I'm not surprised.
Because you know, all right, when I think the mother did pass, so, you know, them ask me, we can come out of it. I say, yeah. Yes. I don't know if they ask me for me say no, but I them say yeah. When we go there, you know, they're frightened. And then them frightened, and then we say, yeah, but you tell me you invite me, so never come. No, everything what them do have something there about mood. They do a video, a karate video, and the villain in there, a muta, and they actually say muta, and people always stop me on the road and I say, muta, you know them man, they say, yeah, I know them. So what you think? I say, what you think? I'm a bridging them man, make them go and eat a food. I'm going to go to them, you know, I say, watch out. You say, anytime me get old, and me can't walk, you have to go buy me a rocking.
Yeah, you know it's influence. Black people, live up, stay strong. You know it's influence, 24/7. Yo, when I vote no more, you know, we're going to board you. Hear me? I've been struggling for the longest while. Nobody never see the tears, much as to dry my eyes. All this time I've been searching for life. Nobody never really cares, just the ups to die. When I try to be strong, they all wanna close my eyes.